Okay, I appreciate you being here. It's just the name of the account. I can't, you know. Did you break a rule on accident? Come on now. Trash streams? I can't do it. You're welcome here. I just can't have that username showing up in my broadcast. Yeah. Welcome on as you're coming in. I sent invites to a few people, I think. And, you know, if you want to go live with me, just let me know. I am to the point of just whatever. I am walking north and finishing off this Tammany trace. And I am going to have to be getting up into the woods pretty soon. And I am terrified. Because I'm not really making all that much money. Like, literally, if I'm lucky, I'm seeing 100, maybe 200 bucks a month. And that's, like, my income with gifting. Like, 100 to 200 a month. And I'm not a homeless person, and I'm not taking that route. No offense to anybody. I have tried. I'll tell you what the issue is. So, my skills mixed with a homeless position usually just leads to people endlessly taking disgusting amounts of advantage of me. And, like, there being nothing I can do about it because I have to rely on them for domicile and food and water, you know? And then they're, like, you know, taking their names to the stars in their communities and arenas, riding off of my success. You know, the success I definitely don't have because, you know what I'm saying? And that, it was just the last straw. When I was in Vegas, I got hit by a car, and then they're starting to run the shelter like a prison. And then I walked out one night, and then I come back, and nothing happened. You know, like, I just left because I couldn't handle the way they were behaving. So I left knowing that I couldn't come back for another 2 days. Thanks for the follows. And so I didn't come back for 2 days because that's what they tell you there. And so then I came back. And then they're telling me, well, no, we have to have a conversation with you. I said, oh, okay. They don't have a conversation with anybody else, but they said that to me. I said, okay. I mean, they do, you know what I mean, respectively for, like, different situations, but nothing happened. So they're like, you know, and maybe based on my personality, because based on my personality, if I don't say anything, it usually means there's something wrong, according to, like, other people. But that's not the truth, because what it really comes down to is people pressure me so much to always be talking, and, like, to the point where now, like, I'm having to, like, forcefully get it out of my personality typeset of behavior within, like, society. There's, like, no one around. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I'm not a talker. And so people are like, oh, he's quiet, so something must be wrong. I'm like, no, for the first time, nothing is wrong. And y'all are bringing it up because you got to hide the fact that you keep me talking. You know what I mean? And I don't care anymore, dude. I really don't. So, like, that was that. And, so I left, and it's been downhill from there. Like, it's pretty much been downhill since I left California the first time. Like, things weren't good, and I knew they weren't going anywhere, and I was just going to end up probably, like, sleeping on the street for the rest of my life. But I don't know, what else is I going to do? You know what I mean? Like, until, you know, I found a website and I do the streaming, you know what I mean? And then, well, guess what? All of a sudden, all these resources and these things that I had access to charge my phone and be able to stay out of the sun and get work done, right? Well, slowly but surely, they started getting revoked. You know, access to them publicly started getting revoked in mass scale. So, like, that wasn't just me. But then, you know, at that point, I was like, all right, whatever. Like, I get that. And then it started, like, access to the remainder of those resources started getting cut off from me, from my access particularly, right? And, like, people going out of their way to revoke my access to those resources, which was really what was getting me upset. You know, anywhere else, fine. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. But in that new home that I found and all the rest of it. No. And I'm not, you know what I mean? We're not running through this. You know, like, we're not going there with this. It's done. And I don't think these people understand that you know what I mean? I'm not going to put their religion above my life. And I'm not going to sit back while they treat something that's supposed to be a social standard like a religion, and then use, you know, freedom of religion as a way to cheat the system. And then at the same time flip around again and say, oh, well, if you tell us we can't do it this way, then, well, here's the thing. Ain't nobody telling you can't do it the way you want to do it. We're telling you that you can't force us to. And the more you try, the worse it's going to get. And that's pretty much what it comes down to. Is, you know, attempted revocation of rights over, how do you say, just attempts at control. You know what I mean? Like, oh, somebody can't control my income, they can't control my way of life, they can't control my decisions or my mindset. I come off erratic to people that are erratic but have to use a system to appear non-erratic. Somehow it's my fault. You know? I'm like, no, it don't work that way. And I'm not a part of whatever cult you belong to. And I don't care. I understand that you need your, whatever the heck it is, to stay alive and to come off as stable and healthy. But that's not my problem. And I'm not going to subject myself to a system built for people that aren't healthy, just so that you look healthy. You know? Well, I barely have anything, and you're looking down on me. You know, so I drew the line, and that was it. For obvious reasons. Because you have people that friggin' touch kids looking at me like, oh God, he looks like, oh, do I? Well, why don't we check your phone records instead? How's that sound? That's what I'm trying to say, is I have had enough of the games. Because it's not funny. So anyway. Yeah, like, I don't care what you do unless I see it or know about it. And, you know, other than that, it's important to recognize that to a guy like me and to the people that actually run the society, you are the risk, not me. You know, you are the problem, not me. And I don't see you as a problem. You see you as a problem. And when faced with your own, I guess, moral code or whatever your qualm comes from, you try flipping it and throwing it in my direction. To the point where you forget your own identity. And then somehow it's my fault. And it doesn't make no sense. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, come die with me. I'm like, listen, you and your crazy need to take it somewhere else. Like, I'm good on that, you know? I just, I'm not about it, if you haven't noticed. This is not my thing. But I tell you, one of the only reasons why I'm probably one of the only reasons why I'm still a free man is that I recognize that this societal structure, as a necessary reality, right? Is I am just about the most rebellious appearing person, like, within the system. But I'm not a Snowden, I'm not an Assange, I'm a regular guy. And I'm not here to fight the system, I'm not here to give problems, I'm not here to support it, and I'm not here to help you. I'm here to live my own life. And as long as my ability to live my own life is impeded, and every other avenue and angle has been cut off from me, then yes, I'm going to be shaking the tree of liberty until all of the people that are hiding from immigration, that are sitting up in the branches, get shaken down to the ground. And when they cry, oh, somebody, I broke my arm. Well, go take care of it in Mexico or somewhere in Europe, wherever the heck you cheated your way into America from. And I'm taking it even further than that, not just on the deportation issue, but on other things like miscategorizations on IDs and things like that. I've had to find ways to, like, get myself prioritized to make sure I can move forward. And, like, there's people trying to, like, frame me and, like, friggin' put me in for things because they're Caucasian and they know that based on how the system works that they're technically not white. And it's like they're stealing from the white man, essentially. And, well, guess who's going to back them up on that? pretty much anybody in the brainwashed liberal American public at this point in our history. And even probably a lot of the Republican public who is, bought into all of the spoils of war, if you will. So, like, I get it, all right? I understand. I'm not stupid. But I'm going to get my due. And if I have to, do it from down here, then that's what I'm going to do. Just be kind, be nice, because the day's going to come where I get my due, and you're going to want me thinking of you. You know what I mean? So, that's all I'm saying, is check my track record. My track record says that I stay alive. And at this point, with what I'm facing, if I live long enough, I will get my due. That's the only thing I gotta do is stay alive. And nowadays it's not all that hard, at least in my opinion. All right. All right, Bubba. If you're still in here, I appreciate you. Meg, welcome to the broadcast. I'm going to have to, and Hope, welcome to the broadcast. I'm going to have to do more live streams so that, I could get a moderator. Because I tell you, I don't know any of y'all well enough to have you moderating yet. But I want to live stream more. I've had so much happen to me over the past year in my life. And, so much it's not even funny. To the point where, it's just been endless and something over and over and over again. And I never thought I would give in. But I'm even saying to my predecessors and the people that raised me, it's like, that I just can't anymore. I just can't. And I told them that too. They're like, all right, well, if you can't carry the 150-pound backpack, if you can't hike it, 8 miles an hour, if you then give us the backpack. We'll have another guy walk that speed, and you just live through it. All right? That's what we need you to do since you're such a wimp. I said, oh, okay. But the difference between me and them is that, they have plenty of resources and systems feeding into them. And they've had their lives together for multiple generations. And then expectations are being put on me that usually require you to be like a 5th or 6th generation doing what I'm doing, And I'm not. I'm a 1st generation doing what I'm doing. And it's just not easy. But they said, look, this is what it's going to take for you to stay alive. I said, okay. I guess if this is what it's going to take. If they were wrong, I wouldn't have accepted. But the reality is, they're right. So this is what I'm doing. As I sit with a bag of tofu and sweet corn, 12 cans of cola, and a nice coffee. By the way, I am in, not Slidell, or Mandeville? It's called Mandeville. On the Tammany Trace, which is Rails to Trails. It's like
Feel like the system trying to kill me, got arrested in the charges of what? Popping with the city. Trying to see more feels like you hated this all the for your good.
Thanks to Freckles. Welcome in, Rissa. Thanks to Freckles.
Oh, there we go. Okay. What do you call it? We'll do battles, I guess. I don't know what else to do at this point. I told y'all where I'm at if you want to show up and hang out. As long as you ain't bringing nothing crazy. I'll tell you, that's been the tough part. Is I want to hang out with people, but sometimes it's people that are like not. I'm a normal guy. You know what I mean? Like different worlds, different lives, and you find a way to get along. But that's on the internet. You know what I mean? Like I found a way to connect on the internet with just about anyone who's willing to connect with me. In real life, it's tougher because I can't get away with that. That's the difference between a lot of people and me is that person might do whatever they're doing and they'll get away with it 24/7. Me personally, I hang out with them for an hour and I am at risk for like the next month. People try to set me up, people trying to frickin' drag me into crime and all that other stuff. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm saying that because it ain't a part of my life, I end up sticking out like a sore thumb if I hang out with somebody one time. And that's not their fault or their responsibility. But it does become my responsibility to say no when I know it's only going to cause problems for everyone. So. So, oh, hey, thanks for the tip. That's awesome. I'll tell you a story. So there's this guy, and he pushed me. Right? I should have done a little more than just let him push me. I know I'm wrong, and that's why I'm slowing down. Man, do I need cigarettes right now. I need to figure this out. Let me see. Flash goal. I can't even believe that I have that as a flash goal. Adrian, welcome to the broadcast. Nadeem, Mary Green, Matsky. I don't know if these people are coming to my broadcast or the guy that's winning. But, yeah, I have no idea. See, you come on here, everybody wants, like, the big, tough. You know what I mean? I'll never understand it. I won't. And I just don't care. You know what I mean? It's like, because there's always the next, I'm on the phone. There's always the next champion. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. It's like, you can win. Well, what happens after you win? Then you got to win again. And you got to win again. And then guess what you got to do after that? You got to win again. And if you lose, then what? You see what I'm saying? So I don't compete. I don't live to compete. And I only compete when I have to compete to live. Lose a battle, win a war. That's my recommendation. If taking a beating teaches you about your enemy, because you look down at where you got hit and you see their signet in your skin, you know where they come from and who they belong to. You know, if they're going to catch you off guard and hit you in the dark, that's sometimes how you got to do it to make sure you're prepared ahead of time. But like I said, what I like about the internet is it makes sure that some things come to fruition far more quickly than originally planned. For better and for worse. Excuse me. I sold the story that I, really needed a girlfriend and this and this and that. And I mean, that would be great. But at the end of the day, unless you're ready to take on a really cranky, angry man, I'm okay with being single, so I don't hurt your feelings. Because I'll tell you what, I am a wonderful person to be in a relationship with. That doesn't change the fact that I am bitter. Very, very bitter right now in my life. Unregrettably bitter. So I can hear over the airwaves how pissed the remainder of the audience is. Ooh. That I got cola, Summit Cola, instead of Coca-Cola. It's a lot cheaper. I was going to get Coca-Cola, but the Summit Cola is a lot cheaper. And when it comes to stuff that costs my health, if it's bad for me, I want the cheapest possible. So when it comes to the food I eat, since real organic food isn't consistently, that's the first thing. Is the healthy food available? The second thing is it consistently available, right? So if I can get something organic, cool. But if I can't get it consistently, I'm probably just going to buy the cheapest version. And when it comes to things that are detrimental to my health, nicotine, caffeine, soda, chips, whatever, any non-necessity food or drink or extra, I'm going to get the cheapest possible and deprioritize it as much as possible, all the way down to being somewhere that I can't access it even when I have the money. So, and I'm so good at that I did it on accident. So, because I'm sitting here without money and I'm like, oh God, what do I do? And I built into the plan to make sure I had some money in my Uber account. And so I got myself some soda, some coffee, and a little bit of a meal for later. This is all just so I could settle my stomach. And I wanted to get, not soda. I wanted to get cigarettes, right? Well, I can't get cigarettes because Uber doesn't do the cigarettes, right? They don't do nicotine. So I'm without it, even though I had the money. And that's the way it is sometimes. So, I'm pretty smart, and I'm good in a relationship. But I'm also realizing that being single is definitely not for me. I was built to listen and then engineered to talk. And, it's a crime against humanity. And now we have enough evidence to prove it. And all I want is a girlfriend. I don't really care about the rest of that. So I might have to find myself one. And for all the people that are trying to make their plans as far as my life, I know how much that would screw you up. And it's not that I don't care, but I have to move on from this situation. And I have everything that I built engineered to share with a partner. It isn't built for me to have on my own and use on my own. Which is part of why I'm in the position that I'm in. Because I'm holding out on resources that I could tap into that technically are supposed to go to whomever I would be with. So, I don't know what to do. But pretty soon I may have to tap into those resources, and then, whoever I end up dating, it's just going to be a crapshoot, and whatever happens, happens, without any financial guarantees. And, you know, contrary to popular belief, I am not a sucker. I'm not pathetic. Not a pushover, at least not for adults. You know what I mean? For a kid, I have a kid, yeah. But for an adult, no. I'm a pushover for a kid until they're misbehaving. Then I'm like, all right, like, dude, you gotta, you know. Anyway. But that's it. That's where things are at for me, is I gotta find a way to get myself a partner. And she could share the winnings, if you will. And there's also a matter of, like, when you get to where you're at in life without, like, I've just come to a point in my life where I don't need money. And that's pretty much the same as having so much money you never worry about it. And so I don't have any motivation to, like, do anything other than what pleases me, you know, when I don't have a partner that has their goals. Like, I'll stick to my goals and I'll slowly let all of that happen. But, like, you know, I guess I'm losing a third time. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna put my music back on. And I want to say thanks for the gifts, even just the one, even the small ones, you know. Everything makes a difference, and I appreciate you. I got a big come down, you know, from being pumped up pretty high. And I'm working on it, but what do you call it? I'm in a similar situation to when I was young, and my foster brother got gifted a go-kart that was given to me for a holiday, right? Like, it was my present to keep. Well, I guess they didn't like how I was using it, or maybe wasn't riding it enough. I don't know what it was. So they gave it to my foster brother. Something they gave me for, like, Christmas or Easter or something, they gave to him. I'm not even kidding you. They took it off of me and gave it to him. And, you know, that's what it was, is I was going to sell it. And they were upset about the fact that I was going to sell it. They give it to him. What's he do? Sells it. I'm in a very similar scenario where what belongs to me, the government isn't very happy about how I'm using it. And so they're passing it off to the Islamic State and the Muslim people after already gifting it to me. And that gift came from my money that they brought into a FATCA compliant avenue to make sure it stayed tax legal, and then gifted me through, you know, avenues and resources instead of financially. And now they've cut me off. Lucky for them, I have the skills and don't actually need the support. It would be useful, but now they're giving it to the Islamic people while complaining about them on TV to cut a deal to stop them from taking over Florida and Texas. Yep. But hey, Summit Cola. It's cool. Welcome to America, where almost everyone is a sellout, and absolutely everyone is a salesman. Such is life. What I will say is, it's going to be very interesting when I get to Florida and the people who now have what's mine look at me and say, what do you want us to do with it? What I'm saying is, the federal government incidentally put the state of Florida in my hands. Yeah, that was Marco Rubio. I don't give a fuck right now, dude. Yep. You want a community, you got it. What we're going to do with that money is we're going to get along and quit fighting with each other. And we're not going to be running through the streets screaming about any religion. You want peaceful protest? Go ahead and do that. But watch your mouths, because I'm going to be walking through your crowds. And I'm allowed to do whatever I want. It's not a joke. I'll fight off the, people that are breaking the law against you for your freedom of expression, so that you can protest, no matter who you are. But you cross the line, and when they come with them shields and them all the rest, I ain't gonna do anything about it. How's that for power? I tell you, I used to walk the streets of Hollywood and control how people were walking with my dick. Not joking. Because people are insecure and uncomfortable. So I would walk around without underwear on, and if somebody got in my way, I would just stick my dick out as I'm walking and swing it one direction and be like, oh, and they would go the other direction. Get out of my way. I don't have limits. I don't slow down. I don't stop for anybody. And I certainly don't play. And when I play, think of all of what I do outside of playing that you might know of. Put it in a concentrated environment. Like the difference between a cannon and a tank. Well, I got people saying, all right, we don't like your cannon, so step into our tank and do as we say. But they can't control me or the tank. And they say, okay, well then we don't want you in the tank, but we want you in the game. But cannons aren't allowed in the game. So, okay, well what do you want me to do? They just give me the tank and look the other way. Here's what I'll say. When it comes to things that go this far and reach this deep, I go on instinct and intuition. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what's going to happen. And I don't know how it's going to go. What I know is at the end of it, I win. And if I lose, I am owed with interest from all parties, no matter how long it takes. Time, space, and matter. Excuse me. I'm embracing the crazy. What are you doing? What's up, Josh? Don't you want to save me, Josh? Oh, he disappeared. Oh well. Yeah, no, that wasn't an intentional transfer, or I wouldn't have said it. But now you know. How'd you like that for a quick one, too? You gave my money to radical Muslims. I'm gonna fucking kill you. You got all this recorded, right? Alright, cool. Now I need a cigarette. Oh well. You realize when this is done, they're going to try you for radicalism, terrorism, and crimes against the American people. Crimes against humanity, specifically. But yeah, this isn't the part where you set me up as a radical and get away with it. This is the part where you're being investigated for crimes against humanity, and they're going to put you all away, and the American people are going to let it happen because they're watching you set up Americans as terrorists in real time, and they're not afraid of you anymore. Excuse me. I'm telling you for a fact. And I know you're watching. So, you know, I'm not going to side with them, but I'm not going to side with you either. Nope. I just flip it over and melt it. Sell it. I'm not in it for the money, but it's going to be all about the money until I have enough to live on. You're going to find out what merciless is, because merciless is not the same as ruthless. Merciless means a lack of mercy. It doesn't mean brutality or torture. It just means that you're not receiving mercy. And so the mercy that I have been offering and giving for a very long time, I'm just not going to have it for you anymore until further notice. I'll let you know when I can afford my a minimum lifestyle.
Maybe I'll leave some sodas for you.
I tell you what, I'm more nervous to be investigated by the church or Christian than I am the Muslims. Because the Muslims won't try to set me up and lie about it. I've seen the Christian world do it plenty, but never once have I seen a Muslim do that. Not once. At least they haven't done it to me. I'm not siding with them. Like I said, I'm stating facts. Well, my experience, I should say. My experience is that the Muslims are too strict. The Christians are too slimy. And the rest of the world is too lax. That's my experience. All right. Now what? Now that you got all that trash up in my algorithm, this is why I don't do the co-hosting thing. Oh, God, does that annoy me. You know, and that's the worst of it. I used to be nicer. Like, so I was, kind of mean. And then I was, like, super nice. And then it bounced back, and now I'm, like, super mean. And what it really comes down to is, like, I had my way of life, and I was minding my own business. And then everybody's trying to tell me how to be, and trying to tell me how to think, and how to act. And, then it bounced back to, okay, common sense, just mind your own, and don't really give in to them. And so I don't. But, last but not least, and the worst of it, is where common sense dictates, okay, I'll just mind my own. Excuse me. But I don't get the favor. Because I'm not being overly sensitive about it. Like I refuse to sacrifice my truth for an opinion. And I refuse to sacrifice objective, nature for subjective opinion. I refuse to accept subjectivity as an objective truth of nature in my life to the point of, my personal, like, morals and integrity and things like that. Like, I'm not willing to shift the way that I see the world and choose to live it for anyone. And so the world says, all right, well, we got to punish you for being insensitive. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's where I'm at, is I really don't have time for anyone else's truth anymore. Because it's just, like, not even worth the energy. It's like I try, but I'm always wrong. So, like, I'm not going to waste my time. And I'm definitely not going to, you know what I mean? Like, if I don't have to be sacrificing my truth for theirs, whether it lines up or not, that's one thing. But then, when it turns out that there's an alternate agenda, then there's no point in it. It's not worth it. So, I stick to my own. And, as I start to do business, I do business with my own. And, like, that's it. And I really hate to be that way. I hate to be so inclusive or so exclusive. Depending on who you are, is how you take that. But most of the time, that's just how I have to be. And, there aren't a lot of people that I can do the inclusivity with who don't try to bring, a bandwagon of people that I said no to with them. It's like I say yes to them, and then they say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to bring 25 friends. Like, no, I said yes to you. And they're like, well, that's, like, very exclusive and, non-inclusive, that's it. I'm like, you're right. That is non-inclusive to whomever I didn't invite. If I invited you, I only invited you. And having to say it more than once is where the problem begins. I'm really upset that society is where it's at large, with where I'm at in my life right now. It makes me, it just really gets to me, because I'm at a point in my life where I could grow and build a massive amount of success, and I am watching all these people in the industries that I work in and run in, who are in circles that I run in, just being gutted like fish, you know, by the media, by the law. Ones who did it, ones who didn't. And most of them told me, like, that's part of why I'm sitting here, is they said, dude, we need you to run, because you're going to get caught up in this storm and you're not going to make it out. So, like, since you didn't do anything yet, get going. I wasn't going to do anything anyway, but they don't know me on that level just yet. You know, vastly underestimating my level of resilience. But I took the walk, and now I'm here, even, you know, dodging a hit. You know, like somebody did a hit and run on me when I was in Vegas. And, you know, it still is to be proven, but the likelihood is that it was on purpose. So I've been struggling to move at an appropriate pace as I'm traveling to what I normally would. You know, like when I was in Hollywood, I walked maybe 25 miles a day. And now I can walk maybe 5, maybe 10, you know. And I have to rest like all day. And not be doing, like, moving during while the sun's down, or while the sun's up, excuse me. And then on top of that, just maybe because of nutrition or something, I've been struggling with my memory and things like that. I know what I'm doing, you know what I mean? Like, I'm consciously aware to the decisions I'm making, even when I'm blacked out. But what I mean is, like, I'm just forgetting stupid things that I shouldn't be forgetting, just because of how much pain I'm in and, like, my physical condition. It's causing a lot of mental strain. So I just am struggling to remember to do basic, like, or I'm really, admittedly, like, struggling with basic tasks. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I'm like 30 years old and I'm struggling with basic tasks. Now I know that with proper housing, you know what I mean? Like, not proper housing, like, if I was making enough money, when I'm making enough money, I won't have to worry about that. But disability isn't an option. Just because, like, the way that I handled it, you know, is the way the hospital has it marked, is that I left on my own recognizance when I got hit by that car after 2 days of being in the hospital. And then a whole bunch of other factors. Like, I wouldn't get approved for disability if I applied for it. And as far as mental, you know, it's like I would have to prove that, and that would be pretty hard to prove. So, and any of the evidence that could be viable I'd be falsifying evidence, essentially, is what I'm telling you. So, like, it's not possible. And I will say this to you, to anybody out there, listen, I don't care. Somebody wants to be dumb enough to try and mark me crazy, let them go ahead and face the full brunt of, you know, Mother Nature's formidable protectors. Let me be the crazy guy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even care anymore. I wouldn't take it that far, but you know what I mean. What I'm going to say to you is, you know, I haven't wanted to be alive my whole life. And I'm still alive because that's what God wants of me, you know? And one day, I'm going to have a brand new life. But while I still have this one, I want to leave you with the memory that, you know, it's possible to make it through. And what I will tell you is, even after death, right? Death of the spirit, the mind, the body. When you get to a point where your soul's still in there, but you're doing nothing but hanging on for dear life, that's where you find your power. That's where you really find your control and come to learn what you're capable of, at minimum. And oftentimes that minimum is very high, a lot higher than what you could have imagined. And you go from where your next meal is coming from being your biggest concern to how to handle the pride and the excitement and the high that comes with coming to recognize the minimum level of power you have that is much higher than most people's maximum. And that is when you get pushed past any conceivable limit. So, that's all. I guess what I'll say is that when you get to, should you ever get to a point in your life where you have to track, or trace, if you will, the position and the phases of the moon, position of the sun, and, you know, the speed of the curvature of the earth in order to stay alive, then we can talk about, you know, how ready you are for the more complex things of this life. But I'm hanging on for dear life and having to, you know, utilize master navigation skills without proper devices to do so, to stay alive, to make sure that I don't run into alligators. There's a couple different reasons and ways that I'm using it, but the point is, like, I'm having to utilize skills that I've kept a secret in my own life for my whole life that people didn't even know I had. And now it's to a point where I have to tell people about it so that they have an explanation as to how I'm, you know, cutting the distances I'm cutting and things like that, you know, without cheating, you know. But that's how. So. But, you know, if you've ever seen that guy in school that, you know, whether it's like high school or college, that couldn't explain his work but always got good grades, that's me, like, to this day, you know. And, like, even in things further than just what you learn in school. So, you know, people have tried to create cover explanations and like things like that for advanced skills that I have, either to try and just, you know, have an easy answer, or to try and steal credit for my skill, you know, that I've earned. And I've often found that even in the most complex of circumstances, eventually the cover-ups do fall away and the truth prevails, as long as, you know, if the truth is attached to you and you want the truth bad enough, it'll be revealed. But just be careful when it does get revealed, because sometimes people cover things up for a reason, and it's not always a bad reason. Sometimes it's for the sake of your own protection. So, you know, I have a lot of accomplishments and accolades behind my name, and to this day, you know, people kind of just make fun of me on the internet, and there's a portion of people that think I'm mentally handicapped. Not even kidding you, you know? And I kind of just have to let them think it, and I don't have a way to prove otherwise to them at this moment in my life. And that has to be okay. Like, you know what I mean? I don't really have a way to prove to them that I'm not, without putting myself in absorbent amounts of unnecessary danger. And then, you know, I also have to account for you and people that are in my life, or people that are following along online, that are tied into my networks, things like that, and how, you know, people finding out about the things that I've done in good ways could affect their lives, you know? Because especially in the higher echelons of lower society, reputation is like everything. You know, I mean, it's like super important. So they're not too keen on finding out that you know, you've worked with their adversary, or vice versa. You know, so essentially, right now, I would be a very rich man, but I've worked for, you know, with whatever I've sided with, helped whatever, however you want to put it. The Democrats and the Republicans, the liberals and the conservatives, the independents and the anarchists, the rebels, the loyalists, the compliance, the hippies, the middle class, USPS, UPS. Like you get what I'm saying? So I have a very cut from the cloth, customized, personalized relationship base with some of the most highly independent, individualistic people on the planet. Because of, like, now most of them are some form of contractor, or these are people that, I could talk about without, as long as I'm not naming anyone. And we're good. And even if they get discovered over me saying it, they're not going to care. But how do you say? These are people that, they're contractors, they're mediators, they're middlemen. And just because of the way I've had to live my life, people think that that's what I am. And I'm not. And that's not who I am either. That just happens to have been the role that I've taken on in my social life due to living in a Christian country with a name that matches the teacher in the Bible, right? And so people naturally synonymize me with the teacher. And what is the teacher in modern society? The mediator between information, knowledge, and wisdom. And so it's not my future, but it has been most of my life. So people think that I'm a mediator, but I'm not. But I do often have to play that role, because when I don't, a lot of people are left like confused, and they're off-put by my personality or my behavior, because they expect someone with the name James to be the teacher instinctually and inherently based on their upbringing. And if not in the Christian religion, of a Christian religion of any sect, because they were born and raised in America, and our system is inherently Christian. Like, the socioeconomical structure of America is based on the Bible, whether you realize it or not. So, that's why I have to stick to the name to survive until I'm able to get it legally changed and return to minding my own business, as opposed to having people expecting me to be Peter's right-hand man. So it's and it really is like that, where people like get violent if I don't play the role. If I don't be the James of the Bible, people like lose their minds, the ones that are Christianized. So I do my best to stick to the role and help them, continue coalescing in their environment. The thing is, nowadays, there's this technology stepping in, and they don't need my help near as much. And that's where they're finally starting to let go. But they're also really nervous, so they've been trying to set me up and all this other stuff, because they're like, well, people can't find out that we treated them this way. People can't find out that it's our fault, and people can't find out that we caused it. And too bad, so sad. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a martyr. I'm not a saint. And I'm certainly not a sinner. So, since I'm not a criminal, and I don't commit crimes, we're going to have to work it out. But one day at a time, I suppose. And if they don't want me being somebody they don't want me to be, we got to work together better, somehow, some way. Because in case they haven't noticed, ain't nothing changing until I start getting what I want. And it's going to stay that way, not by my choice, but by the, design of the system to begin with. It's like, imagine if somebody was in high school and they graduate, but they didn't get their diploma, and they can't go to college without their diploma. And then the school says, well, we don't want to get caught for the way we treated you during your school time, so we're going to say that you got held back and have to do more schooling. Here I sit. knowing how violent they are, I told on them, and then I went back to school. So, it'd be great to be able to just go back to Mass, live a life similar to what I used to live. But if that's ever going to happen, it's probably going to be a long time from now. But that's okay. I don't mind. God is with me, and I'll be okay. What I will say is, for those of you that may not realize it, every right, every liberty, everything written in the Constitution, all the privileges as far as, applying to the Christian world and the way that America is as a country, dude, we are privileged, all right? Like, we have a lot of luxury in this country, and most people don't realize it. Where I start to have an issue is when people want to flip that privilege and try to get me to earn something that they've never had to earn so that they don't have to pay the bill. That they, if I wasn't owed, it would be different, right? There's a difference between people that, this is what I'm talking about. The answer is no to both sides. Because you got people that say, well, I'm not owed and you don't owe me, right? Respectively. Well, I say no to both ends, and I tell them how it is. Because they're trying to hide me amongst the people who say that they're owed something when they're not. The most disrespectful thing they could possibly do. That's like taking somebody to a landfill and telling them to hide in a pile of trash because they don't want to have to pay the bill, and instead they consider it a gift to hide them in Gehenna, to hide them in the pile of trash. Saying, no. I paid a bill. They say, you're not going to like those people. I said, I am one of those people. Hint, hint. I'm waiting. And they say, no. I say, that's fine. The longer you have me kidnapped, the worse this is going to get. And I'll be waiting for you to pay the bill. And the longer it takes, the worse of an opinion I'm going to have of you when I move into that space of life. The better opinion I have, the more I'll be able to vie for you and stick up for you. But the longer I have to live poor while you're living off of my money and all the rest of it, guess what? I'm going to hate you more and more every day. No matter what, you can't Stockholm me into liking you. And that's essentially what happened, is I was raised in foster care, and every person since has tried to Stockholm me into seeing them as my savior, as if I were mentally handicapped. And I'm not. So, I am biding my time patiently and waiting to strike without breaking the law. And I'm going to wait until I'm high up in the sky, and I'm going to metaphorically dive bomb, if you know what I mean. Because I've experienced that metaphorical fall from a very high height, higher than most people could ever stand. And their options are going to be to pay the bill or to fall with me. And it's not going to be fun. You thought 2021 was bad? This will make that look like a blip on the radar. And I won't be taking a felony on it, nor any charge whatsoever, because it won't be a crime. It may get me excommunicated from the Catholic Church, but guess what? There's plenty of denominations in this world, and I could honestly care less. Christ has me either way. What does it matter? And I was against it until I discovered the Masons. So you have the Freemasons, who are like the organized, they have, what do they call them? Lodges, right? They're like a decentralized network of people that operate in the way that they do and practice what they practice in private. And then you have the Masons that are like, not so secretive, I suppose. I don't know. In totality, I don't know. But the point is, if I have to make the harsh move, then I will maintain the favor of the Masons and the Christian world, but I will more than likely be majoritatively shut out by the Freemasons and the Catholic Church, which is not that big of a deal to me. I would like it to be a big deal to me, but as long as people that owe me money are telling me that I'm not getting any more until I quit smoking and quit drinking caffeine and give up on American society, then I don't, no. Because American society isn't a drug. Caffeine is legal. And nicotine is legal for those above the age of 18. So, with each of their agendas exposed explicitly and obviously, with evidence to back it up, I took down 3 of the most violent, terroristic criminals in the United States all at once in one day on accident. We're not going to talk about the fact that they're cops, and we're not going to talk about the fact that they are enemies of the state and, terrorists, according to the U.S. military. And we're definitely not going to talk about the fact that they're being paid off by people within the government and people within certain states to try and set me up and make me look mentally handicapped and incapacitated and incapable. But we can talk about the fact that I will live through it and none of them will. Because it's a new day and age. And I chose a side. My own. You barked up the wrong tree. The tree of liberty. Guess what? America is so awesome. You don't even have to know what the word liberty means. And as long as you do it right, nobody cares. Come on in. Give it a try. You mess it up, we'll scuffle, you'll do it again. That's America. You tell me where else in the world it works that way. Nowhere. Excuse me. Challenging me at this point would be a very bad move because, I know you've already caught wind. So, you want to be a willing sacrifice, you go ahead and do that. But, I'm not kicking butt and taking names. I'm literally just, cooking hot dogs, if you know what I mean. And I don't really do hot dogs, so... What I'm saying is, don't try to bait me, because I will take it, I will flip it, and then, everyone involved, done. Ripping them right to the root, and having you sent back to wherever you came from when your family got to America. And the likelihood that any of you, if you were not born in America to the point of the Founding Fathers, you probably don't have naturalized citizenship, legally properly naturalized citizenship. So, it is your ancestors don't, more than likely, which means that if I wanted to have you up for deportation, I could prioritize you against my own wishes and how I want things to go. So, you bother me, I may genuinely have you deported, whether you're considered a citizen on paper or not. Because you can be a citizen anywhere in the world. You don't have to do it in America. And if you're not going to respect the American people that have earned it more than you have, then, you're going to lose precedence and favor. And you're going to have to find somewhere else to play your sleazy games. Whew. Princess Layla, welcome to the broadcast. How are you? Yeah, I'm not with all that. It's it really is something I'm using as a self-defense tool when necessary. You know what I mean? You got these people that are on the deportation train. You know what I mean? Like they're all about it. Nah, I'm the type where if you're not in my way, I don't care. But if you are genuinely trying to cause me a problem, especially if you don't belong here, then you know what I mean? Like I don't need it. Don't need the trouble. So. You want a better version of manhood? Treat me better. You know, it's really sad. I was that guy that any woman would want. And I still am that guy. I just maybe don't behave or act like that guy right now, you know? And I start dating, I snap too. But online, you know, I'd be going into broadcasts, things like that. And these women say, okay, now we're ready. The ones that I've been following along with. And then a lot of them, you know, and then people from the industry, you know, certain industries. And then also, like, new people, right? These new women, they're like, oh, okay. On my own live stream, different. I don't know yet. I keep that invite open. But, yeah, on, like, a personal level, these people that I've been supporting and, like, I put money into for over a year, you know, like, and they've been almost nothing but disrespectful the whole time. All of a sudden, they're, like, ready to date. You know what I mean? Because they have the cover of, like, a savior mentality. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested in dating somebody. Yeah, go ahead. Send them wherever they're from. That's fine. Let them go save animals in another country. Take the family with them. I don't care. That way they're not alone. You know, it's like, I'm not for it. Like that trash, I don't need in my headspace, and I don't want it. You know what I mean? It's like they're kids, they're children. I don't need that, and I don't want it. And quite honestly, I'd rather not be in this country. So, because it's, you know what I mean? Like, that garbage is what's led to our society for what it is today. It really has. And I wouldn't want to be caught dead supporting it. Because as popular as all that is right now, and as popular as everything's going to be in the coming years, you know, all this different stuff people are getting into, the day and age that really matters is 10 to 20 years away. And when that day and age comes, it's not going to be anything but all these people that are trying to take back what they said as the oligarchy cuts their throats open and drops them to the ground, like in, you know, broad daylight in public, using robots. You know what I mean? That's a tight. It's not going to look like that, obviously, but there's like a middle ground of how that's going to look and what it's going to be. But we're going to have like a really serious reckoning economically and socially in the next 10 to 20 years. And they're tuning in to everything we're saying and everything we're doing. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of people facing justice, that are at the present moment thinking themselves to be just and failing to recognize that they're not just at all, or at least only slightly, or at least, you know, their justice is based on their own opinion and not like the general overall consensus. And the day is going to come when they say, you know, they're going to be standing proud and tall and they're going to say, see, I saved everybody. And they're going to be the first one getting cuffed by the robot. So I don't need any of that. You know what I mean? It sounds crazy enough to me to begin with. But that's it, you know? What's wrong? I'm having to block people and they're not doing anything wrong. It's not easy. In my opinion, they're not doing anything wrong, but they're putting my future at risk. I can't have it. I can't have people in my life or in my environment that disrespect me in any way. And the people that have, they stay in between, you know what I mean? Like they have to talk in a way where they're always right. No, they can go ahead and freeze right where they're at, and I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm good. That's it. Life is full of ups and downs, and until my life is perfect, I don't want stand still, Perfect for me, I'm collecting these passes or something from TikTok. I don't know how any of them work or what they do, but I guess I'm gonna find out. Come on, do something. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the likes. I look anxious. Yeah. I'm not anxious. What I'm experiencing is sadness. And sadness kind of makes me anxious. You know what I mean? Because in today's society, you can't really be sad in public without someone accusing you of having a mental illness. You look sad in public, you cry in public, and people are like, oh God, somebody call the ambulance because it's the end of the world and they must be sick. So I have to hold it back, and then I look weird, So that's it. I am drinking caramel macchiato, and I would not recommend making any more comments in the direction of anxiety or diagnoses or anything that's going to get you blocked, because I am always on a rampage to catch people that are breaking the law by trying to evaluate and diagnose people, regardless of them having a degree or anything of that sort or credentials or not. I don't care who it is. Don't diagnose me, and I won't hunt you down and have the order flog you into whatever life you don't want, where you belong, according to the people that you worship. So, I'm very serious about that. The days of getting away with falsely evaluating people are over. And I'm not just excited for it. I am really enjoying getting to be, one moment, and thank you for enduring, my, my projections. I'm very thankful to be able to get my justice over a lot of people who should have kept their opinions to themselves over the years about me. So, it's one of those, hey, it's our turn type of things. But I'm really trying not to be too much one of those people who is now on the end that gets their turn, if you know what I mean. Like, a little bit when it's absolutely necessary, but only then. Then and only then. Because I don't really identify with those people either, like, all that well, you know? I'm not a reckoner. I'm not that guy that's like, oh, okay, I'll put my head down and walk away now, and then I'll come back and get it from you later. I'm the type where, like, I will do that when I have to, but it's definitely one of the last resort tactics on my list, personally. What am I drinking? Yeah, as I told you, mixing is okay. Mixing what? I mean, I'm drinking Coca-Cola and coffee at one time, but if you're asking me if it's, like, okay to drink coffee and Coca-Cola at the same, or I mean, semi-cola, whatever, at the same time, I wouldn't recommend it. It's probably not good for the gut. But I was puking last night, and my stomach's really upset. So I'm trying to clean out my system, and drinking the coffee and having the soda at the same time, kind of like is going to shake up my stomach and force it all out both ends. I can't afford to do it any other way. So I spent $4, $5, and I'm going to clean out my system real quick. Just bringing them home real quick. Yeah. No, it's a lot easier than I thought it was. Listen, learning the system of society, in my opinion, is one of the most important things you could do in your lifetime, as long as you can withstand the barrage of attacks that come once you know what you can't know or shouldn't know. And once you know, as long as you don't share too much of it, you're good. Excuse me, but that knowledge is some of the most valuable knowledge you can get. And the upper hand that it gives you is an awareness to what is fallacy and what is, some sort of socially or economically generated facility. And then last but not least, what is, like, real? You know what I mean? Like, what really is, and what is within someone's imagination and just their own ego or pride, right? And knowing those things, like, dude, it ups the game, it ups the ante, changes the game, and gives you a chance when you might not have otherwise had one at all. And so that's how, a lot of what I'm doing seems impossible to a lot of people. But the majority of how I do it has nothing to do with any regular skills. It's just me knowing how the system works and maneuvering throughout the system without cheating or breaking the law or circumventing. So essentially it's like when you go to school, right? Like, let's say you're in high school. Well, when the bell rings, classes change. And you have time between classes, right? As long as you make it to class on time and you're not doing anything you shouldn't be doing in between classes, you're good. And that's how I live my life within this system of society, is I make sure to be on time for class, and I make it to virtual class if I can't physically make it there. And I make the best of my time between bells. And that's it. Now, when it's lunchtime, I eat lunch. Maybe I socialize. That's it. No studying, no nothing. And I try to keep the socializing to a minimum. And then, the rest just goes without saying. But I also, play a hand in helping the society to up its standards of what's being done in private, right, at large, so that I and people like myself can be more involved in the deeper parts of society safely without the fear or risk of things happening that aren't healthy for me or for any people similar to me, because like setting the standard and saying that someone is sick because they can't endure abuse, you know what I mean? Like, where do you draw the line is what I'm trying to say. People that are willing to mark someone as clinical or criminal because they want to hide what they're doing behind closed doors instead of just not doing it behind closed doors. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't belong to them. And sometimes the people have to fight for that. You know what I mean? Like, how do you get respect of privacy and boundaries in a locker room without cameras? There's a will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And, that's the uphill battle. So, doesn't come to, it's nothing more than that, is in today's day and age, every one of these major groups or organizations or religions has essentially permeated one another on some level, and they all work together on some level, and that's fine, right? I mean, that's society. I don't really see what the big deal is, because that is society and how it works. It's like, you know what I mean? Oh, well, I don't know that guy, but actually I do. Like, everybody always knew that you know that guy, and we were always wondering why it was such a big deal for you to say that you didn't. And now we get it, and we're kind of hoping you can just stop doing it because it makes you look stupid now. Just, we're all good. And that's that. But as far as maintaining respect and privacy and boundaries, when it comes to public settings that don't belong to you, you having built it, or you having been a part of its conception, inception, and creation, does not give you the right to violate its rules at your will and say that you're not breaking the law. Breaking the law. That's it. There's limits to that. And when you take it past those limits, you learn your lesson. And me personally, I do understand. I just haven't had to violate to find it out. I have had to find it out by people who have violated people's boundaries and privacy and personal space and have broken the law against individuals in matters of abuse, touching, which is a version of abuse, and, financial crimes, who have put their social burdens onto me without my permission, and I am still learning how to put them back onto those people where they belong without it looking like I'm passing something that belongs to me onto them because of how long I've been carrying their burdens without being aware of it. So, that's what I'm going through. And that's what I'm dealing with in my life. But that's the long and short of it, is there's people that spend all day, every day thinking about what the excuses and reasons can be. And those are usually the most guilty people. Is somebody who will take, 18 to 24 hours to get back to you on something that shouldn't take more than 15 minutes is either that heavily inundated with things that don't belong to them in a bad or good way, or it's somebody that's straight up lying to your face and just trying to figure out how to screw you over further and continue stealing from you. And when people take things to a point where they see you as a paycheck or a gold mine or a resource, they've officially lost their minds. And, I wouldn't recommend being close to anyone who is that way, unless your relationship is strictly business. I will say business because no matter what, that is not professionalism. But it may be business when necessary. Because sometimes you do have to get closer to someone to get away from them. And that's, a sad fact of life. Is that just cutting it off doesn't always work. And just moving in on it doesn't always work. And sometimes you do have to let things happen however they're going to happen. And allow for justice to work it out on its own and work the situation out, move by move. And if that means that you have to move at that person's pace in order for it to get worked out, then that's just what you do. And then when they turn around in court or wherever and try to say, oh, I know this person and you can make sure to put your foot down and say, prior to, during, and after, no, this is a crazy person who had a public Twitter full of gay porn and forced his way into my life and refused to let go. To the point where, things got really serious and totally out of hand. And now there's going to have to be explanations for that. And none of them have to do with me. And most definitely is a family affair. And none of my business. And I'd say the most irritating piece of it all is that as I sit here and I say that it's a family affair and none of my business, I'm the only person wrapped up in their little cyclone. The only person left wrapped up in their cyclone. Because this is in reference to people that worship the devil. No, I'm not even kidding, by the way. Not even exaggerating. The Muslims and the U.S. government want me to help them out these people. And I said no. And then the Satanists said, we want you to help us hide. And I said no. And I said to both of them, give me my money or I'm throwing all of you under the bus and letting the bus drivers that run the metro who do not get a basic paycheck to live their lives look the other way as you go boom boom underneath and nobody on the bus has a word to say about it because you earned your keep and it's where you belong. And then our rednecks are going to come out and pick up the roadkill and pass it on to the crazies up in the mountains. Oh well. I'm done. Because I wanted to give soda to the young lady who's driving back and forth, but the stuff I'm talking about is so out of this world that I wouldn't want her to have to interact with me right now. If I'm guilty of anything, and I'll say this with the stipulation that you do not try me on it or be giving me any drama about it, because I feel really bad about it, ironically, even though it was like the cause of a whole bunch of other people and not my own fault. And I didn't have a way to continue on without like giving up my own life, but I've done a lot of mileage, okay, like a lot of on-foot mileage. I've had a lot of experience without a cell phone, without headphones, without electronics or money. And I've learned how to survive without anything, including no stealing and no crime. Like stealing is usually like the first on the list when it comes to that. You know what I mean? So yeah. And during that time, I learned some very particular skills. Many different types of particular skills. And I haven't forgotten any of them. And now I've gotten good while I have the electronics. So, in 1 second, there's a breeze. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Oh, excuse me. I hope y'all are enjoying the show. I mean, there's only like 4 of you, but whatever. And I do want to state for the record that anybody piggybacking off of my network or my moves, if you are doing something illegal, I don't care what it is. If you're doing something debaucherous, I don't care what it is. If you're using my human likeness, anything of that, anything, you don't have my permission. I'm not condoning it. I am against it. And I'm going to tell you ahead of time, for those that I just can't seem to get away from, that, that's between you and the law. And to the law, that's between you and them. I'm not going to witness because I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything. But I know enough to know when somebody is kind of following along with my moves in life and trying to use me to either mask themselves or, find victims and things like that. So if y'all are going to be doing what you're doing around me, whatever you're doing is whatever you're doing. I can't stop you. But don't you dare for a moment try to include or involve me. And always keep my name out of it, and always keep my everything out of it. Because the moment it affects me, I'm after you. I don't care who or what you are. So there are laws above you that can get you. You bother me, I'm not going to bother you. I'm going to make sure you can't bother me again. So I'm just, as I, smell a sweet scent that I shouldn't be smelling. All right. We only have 4 people in here, dude. I am so sick of everyone, man. Everybody is obsessed with clearing their own name and nothing else. And that, everything else, insult after insult after insult. Endless insults. Nothing but insults for the past 15 years of my life. And now it's my turn, right? And what do? Pull every stop and every bullshit move to prioritize using me to get their own names cleared. Make me look like an asshole, put me at the center of attention, while making sure I talk about shit that gets their name off of lists. And then telling me, oh, I don't owe you anything, because then you would be complicit. Okay, well, when you end up falling off a bridge at 120 pounds for being drunk off your butt and full of drugs and not paying attention as you're walking, fate will get you. And that's how it goes. And that's the truth. So these people that can get themselves out of everything do eventually face an end. And y'all need to remember that, is no matter what they do to you, they're going to lose in the long run. You maintain stability, you keep your cool as much as you can, give in to them as a few times as possible, and you'll be okay. And they won't. Obviously, don't be glad that they won't, but don't sweat what's being done to you, because eventually it will stop. It just may take a little longer than you prefer. And it's not worth the battle. Ever. It's like, I don't know how to say, it's like fighting with something that only makes it worse. Like, if you think you're going to fight and it's going to calm you down to win, it's like fighting, winning, getting no satisfaction out of it, and then you just want to fight again, except harder the next time. And then eventually it goes too far and you're like, oh, And unless it's something that's going to exist in your life regardless, it's kind of best just to back off from and not have any play in it,
That bit.
The heck?
What? You can see.
Alright. Oh, God. These fire ants. You gotta be... Ow, fuck. Jesus. Whew. Sorry. A couple got me. A few of them got me at one time. That hurt. Okay. But as I sit here, I'm covered in mosquito bites. And it was my first night out, like really out, without mosquito spray, like bug spray. Oh man, it was terrible. I got bit everywhere. I must have had over 100 bites on me. And now I'm going to have to do that again tonight. Really not looking forward to it. I thought at least if I had a couple of bucks, then I could go ahead and, maybe sit at a Waffle House or something. But didn't pan out that way. And so it looks to me like I'm going to have another, not fun night. And that's fine. It's just, all these people that are putting me off, right? Like they got every answer. They don't. They got a playbook, but they've never played. And their rank, their rate, their social position, their financial situation, it's not going to be enough. And as long as I'm not rich, I have the upper hand. I'm not kidding. You know what I mean? Like I got all that. Plus, I'm not some rich prick. I'm not some wealthy douchebag. So I win. And they're just going to have to deal with it. Nobody's going to be happy when I win, except me. Until shortly after I win, and they find out that I'm not going to do the same thing with what I've won that they would do. So, in a world without trust, I just got to win and then use it the way that I claim. And that'll set me up for success in a lot of ways, the same way that it has for a long time. So... Can you hear me talking? I've been talking for like 2 hours. If y'all don't tell me whether or not you can hear me talking, I'm shutting down the broadcast. I am done with this bullshit. All right? I've been putting up with this for a long time. Thank you. I'm telling you, dude. I have had it up to here. Can you see my hand? No. It's the hidden hand until it comes out a portal and slaps you across the face. I tell you, they think I care what my dick size is. Here's the truth. A dick doesn't need to be more than 3 to 4 inches to please a woman. Scientifically proven. Mine, it could be very small, it could get very big. I don't care either way. And I'm not interested in dating a woman that cares either way. Whether she wants a big one or doesn't. I want one that doesn't care what size it is. It's a personality thing. Don't care if anyone asks or not. I share, what matters to me. Yeah. And that is part of why, there we go. That's part of why we have had so much trouble communicating. Because I am a sexual communicator. Sexual being the operative word. I am a very intimate person, usually in a non-sexual fashion. And for people that can't or struggle thinking in an intimate fashion without getting sexual, then that is the next reference. And when those are like the only two go-tos, you know what I mean? Like intimate, dry, and then intimate sexual. It can be a rather volatile communication space. So I think I do pretty good with it. But my OnlyFans would say differently. I mean, like, $30 on it. I just had a pause in that. Track everything that came from that pause on. Hunt it down and take it home. Because I'm done. Fucking kidding. I'm watching my mouth. On a live stream. You want to come watch it with me? Or you want to shut up? Go do your job. And if you're not doing your job, mind your own business. I'm sure you got kids or grandkids. Go pay attention to them. You want to pay attention to me, find a better way to speak to me, because that ain't it. If you are not my biological parent, you do not tell me what to do or how to do it, unless I give you express verbal permission in person. Or I will teach you where you belong in society. Because it's not trying to tell me what to do as a little squawky squawk, okay? This close. Force me to reveal myself for my weaker family. Wait till you see the price you gotta pay for that. Think Mama Bear. Except from a family where the man is the mama bear. You know, without the mama part. Like in our family, in a family that I belong to, the men are no, we don't look for control, we exterminate. We don't control you, we exterminate you for threatening our family. Okay? I said exterminate. I didn't say kill. I didn't say genocide. I said exterminate. We see you as a non-existent entity that does not hold value because you have diminished the value of your existence to zero for threatening our family. We don't care if you like us or if you don't like us. If you threaten our family, you are dead. And that's it. There's no middle ground. There's no, hey, let's work it out. It is, you are already dead the moment you threatened us. Nothing else. Now you know. We are not, you know, first off, we're not a we. You know, we are individuals. And we're related to each other. It's called family. And we have been alive a lot longer than most families have ever been around. You know, like we've been around longer than Adam and Eve. So, you know, technically. But, you know, we come from day one. My family does. And now that I know, you know, I let everybody know, you know? What I'm really telling you is that I care. But, you know, don't make me flip you just because you don't want to listen. Or I will show you that you are wrong. And making fear-based decisions is a great way to lose that battle. And if you can't help it, then back out. You know? If I'm not your kid, biologically, back out. If you're beginning to make fear-based decisions. I'm a very serious man. And I paid the price for that. But as I sit here with a whole bunch of sodas and no girlfriend, it looks to me like it's still your problem. Either one of y'all can show up and be the reason why I'm a better man, or I'll get there on my own, and none of you will have the chance to take credit. I don't care either way. No offense. I really don't. What my experience has proven to me is that there's no such thing as too far. Yep. When they say it never ends, that's a lie. It does end. There is an ending to everything. There are some things that haven't ended yet, but from every angle, the truth is that at some point it does end. It's just about how long. And if you're dumb enough to try and stop things that haven't ended yet. Like, there are some things that have been going on for so long that you kind of just want to leave it up to Mother Nature. But I don't know. As far as things like this, they need to end. And they have to have a happy ending, because most people are not going to be okay with it, with the situation having any ending except a happy ending. And unless they want to be found guilty of mass genocide, oh no, just regular genocide, and mass suicide, that's it, then we're going to have to work this out. Essentially what happened is all the different ways that they tried to flip it on me, the internet was listening, and they absorbed that and flipped it and found their own ways to throw it back in their faces. Like if somebody throws an apple at you during a food fight at lunch, and it's not that's not fair. You know what I mean? You don't throw an apple at somebody's face at 85 miles an hour just because you know how to pitch better than whatever. And you catch the apple, and instead of throwing it back, you go tell on them. You know what I mean? It's much more effective. So that's what we did. Is the government tried to set me up for all sorts of stuff, and my fans flipped it on the government and found them guilty. And they say, "Who are you to find us guilty?" And they say, "We're the government. Who are you?" So now it's between everyone in the agency that never did anything to me in country, in America, and I guess the FBI or whoever else. I have no idea. Don't want to know. Don't care. Can't wait till it's over. And that's the best truth I can offer you while online. As I have to sit here and watch beautiful young ladies and women run on through my profile. You know, that's cool. Just keep baiting me. You're going to find out what equality is. That's the only thing I can say. Because you don't know what it is. And you're seeking it. And with me, you will find it. It's just, this is what I'm trying to help people understand, is like, equality means that you are you. You are not the version of you that a man says you are. You are not the version of you that society says you are. You are you. And in order to be the you that is not based on the opinion of a man or society, you must go through a refinement process that is very uncomfortable. That you think, more than likely, so highly of yourself that you're probably thinking you don't have to go through it. And that is a lie. Like, the fact of the matter is, yes, if you want it, you have to get it the same way we get it. And that is why I fell in love with this process in life, is that there's no way to cheat it, and there's no way around it. If you want to be an equal in society, you have to earn it. And you have to earn it the same way, no matter who you are or what you are. And so I chose that path in my life to, continue to do the iron sharpens iron, me against society, without being against society. And it's been very effective. Did I mention that? So I'm ready for the onslaught of losers that don't like winning, love losing, and tell themselves the opposite every day. Bring it on. I got like 8 sodas left, a whole bunch of iced coffee, plenty of diarrhea, and tofu and corn until sundown to focus on you. So let me know. And as usual, more than likely, that's not going to happen because I just said it, but yeah. There's not going to come a day when you get me. There's going to come a day when you try to cross the moat into my castle and you feed my alligators. Yeah. I knew this was going to happen. I wanted to make sure that I would feel sick. Firstly, to cover for the fact that I legitimately felt sick earlier for certain reasons that are your fault. And secondly, to make sure, like just a whole bunch of psychology stuff, okay? Like a whole bunch of stuff that I don't care about at all. Can't wait till it's done. And y'all better hope that the medical bill isn't too high. That's where I'll leave it, because you're going to pay it. I'm not asking. I'm telling you, you're going to pay my medical bill. One way or the other. So who's this guy? Sup, dude? Sup, everybody that poked their way into my life without my permission? As my mouth goes numb. I'm gonna pray for you. P-R-A-Y. I am not a guy that you infiltrate in any way. And now most of you, including your extended families, are going to have to find out. I'm going to say ahead of time that I know that you're sorry. And I want you to know that I forgive you. Please understand that the requirement is that I put you back in your place, because that's my role in society. And so you tried to permeate the environment and life of somebody whose job it is to put you where you belong. That's like you committing a capital offense federal felony and sending an email to the president with a death threat in it, letting him know what you did. So, yeah. It is what it is. And I guess that's between you and the law from here on in. From here, I would say don't come to me about it, because I will probably put you where you belong. And that's it. In the hands of the people that get paid to do it. And from now on, that's how I do it. Yep. And I got a whole bunch of freaks that brainwash the fuck out of me to get into my life, telling me that they're pissed. You are lucky that the government exists and that law enforcement exists, or I would kill you myself. And I mean that with every ounce of my being. Yeah. You fucking crazy psychopaths. I can't even believe. Here's what pisses me off. This shit is what my tax is. I'll talk to people who are sane, or I will dodge your money, even if you throw it at me, until you offer it from someone who isn't batshit crazy. Sorry, dead freaks. And then there's that shit which is like the government's last ditch effort. When they don't want to pay the bill, they throw the LGBT at you. If you could believe that, the United States government on all ends does not hold any, as a government, not necessarily as a people, but as a government, the government does not hold any value on someone who is not straight. Just so you know. Someone who is black, okay, white people, white, not Caucasian, white people. And mind you, not every founding father was white. Most of them were Caucasian. And the law was written for white men. As I was saying. So not only was the law written for white men, did you hear what I said? That's great, Jeffrey. The law and all the rest of this, it wasn't made to free man. It was made to either educate a white man or enslave him. And that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. But all of this, that all of these people now, there's like, almost 1 billion people that subscribe to the American culture, right? United States of America. And everything about America, United States of America, majoritatively is only written for less than 1.5% of the entire population. It's not going to change. And, that's the part that people don't understand is like, there isn't a way to change that because the people who wrote it made sure that it couldn't be changed, and now they're dead. And their families have no interest in changing it. And even if they did, they couldn't because they don't know what their ancestors knew. They never taught them what their ancestors never taught them what they knew in reference to any of that. Okay. I would take a screenshot. I'll remember. So yeah, what I'm saying to you is, I am utilizing my American status and my United States citizenship as an educational track. That's what it is for me. That's what I use it for, is to learn. With that, with like minimal consequence, with an appropriated consequence that matches the behavior, not an overwhelming consequence due to all these people that are using something that belongs to me and other white men for themselves. So, yeah. Like I said, I don't pay my taxes to fund your lifestyle. And I don't exist as an American for you to lie to yourself about being an American while you live on my money. And I definitely don't maintain my status as a U.S. citizen for you to lie to the rest of the world about supporting this country more than your own interests. So that's it. I don't judge you, but I am very annoyed that there's a lot of people who, tout and wave the flag and will hurt you or me for exposing them on the fact that they're not really backing America nearly as much as they claim to be. So, as long as I, as a borderline foreigner, have to defend the founding fathers and the Constitution more so than our own government is and the people in it, then, what is it? Because at the end of the day, I already know how most people think, okay? And I get it. Like, I understand and recognize the mindset. What I'm disappointed by is now that I'm more Americanized, like, I'm moving into a space in my life where I'm going back to being internationalized, but not forgetting what I've known within the nationalized mindset, right? And what disappoints me is just how ignorant and blasphemously, like, outrageously prideful and vain these internationalists are, and these people who think they, have like the ultimate answer, and they're living life as though there's no way to lose. And the reason that bothers me, like, I'm glad they're winning, and I hope they keep winning. But with that said, disacknowledging the possibility of loss is a great way to make sure that you never actually win. And, for people that aren't looking for an ending, that's one thing. But for those who are seeking an end to that process so that they can, like, retire and have some time to themselves at the end of it, there has to be some sort of middle ground, But I find it perplexing, because, like, when you see where I'm at in my life, like, I'm not stupid, right? And some people may say that I have wisdom. Well, the reality is, I obviously don't have all that much going for me, or at least doesn't appear to be that I do, And by the way, whoever comes onto this trace, and you're using this scent, your pedophile scent, that is for, like, calming people down and attracting children and kidnapping and all this other creepy crap that you do, it smells terrible, dude, and it's making me sick. So if you wouldn't mind, it'd be nice if at least less than 4/5 of the people that come onto this trace would stop wearing the same shit, because it smells fucking awful. Anyway, as I was saying, I got all these people that are treating me like I'm rich, and they know that I'm not, but they know that I will be. And they don't just want what I have, and they don't just want to be a part of my life. They want to acknowledge me, right? And I see their genuine interest in acknowledging me. But until they come out of their internationalist mindset into a nationalist mindset, American mindset, or I am able to move back into an internationalist mindset, then that's the breaks. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where we're going to have that separation and that difference, where we won't be able to connect on that level. Which is okay, but I at least want to acknowledge y'all and say that I realize that you are doing everything you could to connect with me and to make me feel heard and known. But it's not that I'm rejecting you. It's that I really am pushed to such a mental and physical limit and past that I biologically, like, I can't care about you right now, because I am pushed that hard that my brain is telling me, no matter how hard I try, do not care about that person until you're doing better. And even if I fight it, even if I tell my mind no and I try to overpower it, override it, I am being pushed to a point where my own survival instincts are not allowing me to, shut down that capacity or that, behavior set to switch over to care mode. I'm saying that I don't have an ability to care for you until I'm doing better. And I don't have a way to change that. As long as I'm struggling enough to die, my brain knows better, and it refuses to care about you until you care about me more. My brain will not let me care about you any more than I do right now until you care more about me. And that is just science, and there's nothing I can do about it. And the notion of just let me fall off and fade to the side, I hope we've come to the consensus and recognition that it's not a possibility, and the bill must be paid. The debt is due, and you don't have a way out of it. So we'll get there together. I appreciate certain people, but their need to control is what ended up being their exact crutch, because it's proven that they don't know me near as well as they've claimed, and I haven't done the same. It will take time to come to prove that to certain people as far as certain other people, but for now, I take a day at a time, because I have to be playing more than one role. like one of them TikToks where the person is on both sides of the conversation, and I'm not digging it because in real life that's just called looking crazy. Especially when I look like I'm having a conversation with thin air, as long as the comments don't match the words out of my mouth. You know, I am that good at what I do that I'm making it look like the live stream is a recording. Listen, you barked up the wrong tree. And I have everything from the tree of life to the tree of liberty to the tree of death to the tree of money in my backyard. And they're not yours. And I'm wondering what in the living God fuck you're doing in my backyard. My front door being open is not an invitation onto my property. Keep that in your head from here on in. Because I come out back with a shotgun and a shovel. I don't come out back with a police officer. And based on the level of risk that I face in my life, it is 100% understandable. And I will not have to face the law over it. Any more than having a conversation about why I called them before burying you instead of after. To see if, you know what I mean, I'm too tired to do it on my own. I don't live systematically. I'm not a robot. Maybe you are. I don't know, and I don't care. What I could tell you is it's our society and not yours. So get used to it and start paying what you owe. That way we can keep you around because we like you, or you wouldn't be here. And I wish my buddy would stop revealing that he's a Satanist, because I'm not one. And he's making me look bad on purpose, which is what a Satanist would do. So that's verified and confirmed. And I haven't done either one of those things. And, well, thank God I've been proven not to be one of them. Especially considering I'm about to pass through a place called Covington. Think about it. Listen, all these people have each other trained not to do things the way they're supposed to be done. Y'all do things however you want to, but at the end of the day, as long as you're going to cheat the system, I'm going to win. And if I have to deal with this, you have to deal with that. So I save a guy's ass, and I get charged for it? You want to explain that to me? He's not my brother. Last time I checked, I didn't grow up with that guy, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's the point I'm trying to make. Alright? Brotherhood is something that, it's not, oh, hey, brotherhood is like brotherhood. More so than that one, if you know what I mean. And they're not doing that. They're minding their own business, same as the other. I'm the only one sitting here advocating for the facts. Because I'm sick and tired of people leveraging it in utility of something they want from me. Oh, well, we can shut his shit off for half a second so we can use it for ours. Like, what is with all these drugged up mindsets? Like, the way that people, y'all probably might not even know what I'm talking about, but there's a shit going on online, and interruptions, things like that, that don't, Tallulah, thanks for the follow, that do not remind me of anything except homeless, violent, criminal drug addicts and terrorists. Not lying to you. It is the only thing that behavior reminds me of. So you might have gone your whole life thinking that you are not a piece of shit, that you are not a scumbag. But I want to introduce the possibility of it for you to come to a better level of clarity about what you may actually be in this life, as opposed to what you may think you are, what you may or may not have been told you are, and the fallacies that may have been built in your mind or that you built in your own mind based on people's fear of you. So they don't tell you the truth, and you don't know what the truth is, but you think you do. Where I'm at in my life, I recognize that I have really screwed up, okay? That's the difference between me and you, is I know how much I've screwed up, and I don't know how to do any better at this point in my life. But I don't need a 7 to 10 year rehabilitation program to get better, if you know what I mean. And as far as the rest of it, since I know how to keep my mouth shut, I'm going to be fine. And that's the one factor that y'all didn't account for, is that instead of just shutting your mouth on those certain pieces of it, you said, we're going to go ahead and use it as a weapon against the government. And so you're screwed. Me, I'm going to walk from this. Whether you realize it or not, I'm going to walk. I'm literally going to just skate through it. And I'm going to face my demons. And I'm going to be just fine. But you, on the other hand, I don't know what to tell you. You didn't just lie to the government. You know? You decided to collude and coerce and cheat. And the government wants your money. They don't want my money. Because the government is built to make money, not have an income. And the difference is, the government wants dirty money. The government doesn't want clean money. Because when the government accepts dirty money, they make more, they earn more capital gain and value as a controlling power when they have to legally utilize a built process to clean that money, right? So if they take my money, they become more poor and have less power. If they take your money, they become more powerful, get a better reputation, and then they pay me what you owed me plus what they owe me in clean money without there being a cleaning process, if you know what I mean. It's just called the IRS. And I walk off with what belongs to me, and what once belonged to you that was supposed to be mine, that you stole and said belongs to you just because you knew how to take it. And that is called either mental illness or criminality, potentially both. And that's up to you to figure out for yourself, not to pick and choose out of that psychology book who has the illness and who doesn't. Because the fact of the matter and the truth is, in my opinion, neither party has an illness. One party decided to break the law and the other party didn't. And the person that gets the money is the one that didn't. Hello. It doesn't always go that way. And most times it doesn't. But this time, it is. And it's almost over. So I'm remaining very patient, and I hate to do this to you, but the ones that are trying to build leverage in the background are going to have to be at cost. Whether it be your freedom, your credibility, your finances, whatever is going to de-weaponize you and keep you from coming after me once I get paid. Because I'm not stupid. I know a scam artist when I see one. And I'm fully aware of the people who think that they're going to sue me once I get my money. And it's not going to happen. You're not going to frame me. You're not going to sue me. And when you try, when it comes to the stuff that applies to the news outlets, the little guy is going to take you down. And when it comes to the stuff that applies to the little guy, the news outlets are going to take you down. When I tell you I have that worked out to a T, I'm not lying to you. And I have done everything I could to maintain some form of a cover for you. But I have had to make my proper reparations to ensure that the decisions I'm making are in full recognition that I have no involvement or interest. And I'm only defending your lives, not anything about what you do with your life. I care for you to be alive, because as long as you're alive, there's a chance that we may go to the same place one day, pun intended. But either way, that is as far as I can go, at least for now. Now, once we get things dialed in a little bit better, it may change the storyline, it may change how things go in my life and what can happen. Excuse my verbiage, Hollywood gay. G-U-Y, very funny. But yeah, I think it's a shame that everybody is attacking each other as much as they are right now within the industries that exist, and geopolitics, regular politics, Hollywood, the industry of film and TV. I am a young guy that cares about a lot of people, and I'm watching them all tear each other apart while having to fight for my own life. And I'm very thankful that my story is not going to be at the centerpiece of anything. But it would be nice to see y'all quit fighting anyway. Because, excuse me, I care about all yous. And I'm watching all yous hurt each other and hate each other. And it's not easy it's really difficult to watch. And I have no choice but to watch it because I have stuff I have to get done on TikTok. So, if you're wondering why I'm all out of sorts the majority of the time, it's because of you and all of your fighting and your scoffing and your attitudes while you enjoy things that are very expensive with a frown. As if that were ever going to, as if it could ever make any sense. It won't, and it shouldn't. And that's why when the sheriff came by on his motorcycle on a bike path and woke me up, don't you dare get him in trouble, because I'll back him up. Because, unlike you, he was doing something about it. Unlike you, he was going out of his way to make sure that I was okay, and that everyone around me was okay. And that is the reason why it didn't send me off into a trip. You know what I mean? Like, I have not seen anyone do that in over 20 years, 15 years, excuse me, I'd say about 15 years. I haven't seen anybody do that, where they crossed the line, they knew they crossed the line, they didn't care if anyone said anything about it or not, and they did the right thing. And they did it with a smile, respectful, not, hey, I got away with it, or hey, I can do what I want. I've waited 15 years to have one interaction like that with anyone from any direction of society, while, seeing everybody fighting nonstop since I left where I grew up. And I think that's why I had the motivation to go live now. Because it's time for something to be said and for something to be done. And here you go. I'm glad you're okay, but we got to stop fighting. And that's it. I don't know what else to do. I'm all out of steam, I'm all out of money. I owe, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. That's the difference between me and all these other people that thought that they would get me trapped up by doing this to me. Is I still have the same mindset and attitude and behavior as I did when it all started. And some people say, well, that means he's stable. And other people say, well, that means that he's not healthy. And you're all wrong. And where you went wrong was firstly having an opinion about my life to a point where you've crossed, personal boundaries. Second is evaluating me as if it were your place, whether you are professionally trained for it or not. And then thirdly is trying to take control of my life to prove yourself right or wrong, or to help me, in your words. So let the last 15 years of my life be an example of what happens when the fans, the haters, the viewers, and all of the people beyond literally take over your life and take control of it. Pray for me, because this is insane. And it's not what I want at all. And it's not what I need at all. I am to provide for what I want and what I need. It's called a job. I own my own business. I don't like what I do, just like most people. And yet, society says that they're going to help me so much that they're going to destroy my income and institutionalize me, put me in jail, kill me, or force me into a homeless shelter until I can get disability, and say that that's what's best for me. Well, no offense, but those options are all far more disgusting, pathetic, and corrupt than my line of work at the present moment. And I have personal experience to prove that I'm right. So it's up to you. We can get back to being supportive, or slowly but surely, I will incidentally expose every industry involving death, incarceration, mental health institutionalization, and the tracks from homelessness towards employment and disability, in order to improve those systems as payment towards me having more time to buy more time to continue building my business. Because literally that's all I got left. So, yeah. And I don't care if I'm being too loud. I'm a Hollywood guy. I'm a social media guy. And, I'm naturally flamboyant. I prefer being quiet, but when I talk, I mean what I say. I'm very serious about it, and I'm loud. So, that's it. Stand on my ground on this one. I don't have any money, so I don't ask for any. And if you're not white, I'm not interested in dating. And if you are my cousin, I am not interested in dating. I can't believe that I would even think to say no offense. But yeah. I may be able to get away with dating a Caucasian. But yeah, I'll tell you, is for the first time in a long time, I am back to the point where I do not care. Nope, I don't. No, I don't care. I am going back to walking by faith and not by sight. I'm just saying, screw it, and doing it my way. I'm just going to go along, mosey along, Eat when I can, sleep when I can, eat when I can. Quit complaining about it. Let myself de-stress and calm down, or at least transfer the stress over into, less visible means of access, so that people can't see as much what's being done or what's happening to me, so that they're less bothered by it or getting less involved. And then, I'll slowly fade into the background so that we can explain why I have, which I have a screenshot of, by the way, my profile on TikTok. It says, congratulations on reaching 50,000 followers, but I do not have 50,000 followers. My follower list continues to over and over again reset and say that I'm getting new followers when I haven't yet. And also, I have like 3 people in my live stream when my TikTok says that I should be celebrating 50,000 followers. Super weird. I have no idea which one's the truth, which one's a lie. I guess we're gonna have to find out. I would say ask Facebook, considering Instagram is the only profile that I cannot get access to. Instagram, X, Apple, and I can't really think of anything else right now off the top of my head that would be like, important or mainstream that I cannot get access to. All I'm going to say is, y'all that have done this to me are in some deep shit, like you would not believe. And I don't know who told you that I would keep my mouth shut, but I didn't, and I had no plans on keeping my mouth shut about it. I didn't snitch on you, but I literally said on live stream that I reported you to the federal government, and you just kept on going. It's okay. And I guess they've been investigating ever since, or whatever. That's it. And, if they try to bring charges to me, I will probably end up taking them for millions and millions and millions of dollars. And if they don't, then I don't even care. And that is nothing more than me making sure that we all understand that that's the level I'm on in reference to that. And I'm really pissed about it because I don't want anything to do with any of it. This is so surreal that it makes me sick. Like, very sick. And I'm out of excuses and explanations for everybody, for the most part. As I sit here with a 12-can pack of cola, as if there's a whole bunch of people sitting at the table with me. It's a multiple personality reference. Not doing it for myself, not even doing it on purpose. I guess maybe somebody somewhere built it into me, and I kind of figured it out as I'm doing it. Got to slow down enough to work it out of me and not be doing that anymore, on purpose or on accident. And then, I got me some tofu and some corn, a couple of Andes candies left for, whatever extra sugar I may need throughout the night. My coffee, and y'all. So, yep. And, it's not a matter of being judgmental. It's a matter of being me, right? And so society's saying, well, we have to have somebody in your life that, tells you what to do. Or somebody that, because I tell you what, they haven't even seen me without having somebody to tell me what to do. They haven't yet. They've just been good at hiding somebody that still tells me what to do. And that's, wherever I'm at or whatever's going on. And so it's not the same. I'm not going to have somebody in my life that could speak on my health or my mental efficacy. It's not going to happen. You have proven that you are not trustworthy with my reputation, that you are not trustworthy with my name, with my essence, with my likeness, with my image, with my name, with my money, with my business, with my network, with my friendships, with my resources. And the answer is no. I really have to shit. Sucks for me, I guess. You know? I am not anywhere near, I would say at least 45 minutes away from a bathroom. Yeah. And I do not have any toilet paper. And I am done telling myself that I should have had to plan for it. And I'm now starting to just trap up all the people that are talking that shit. In one way or another. I'm done. I'm just done, bro. Completely 100% done. If I can't get my way either way, and I put in this much work, it's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going full throttle. Whatever I get from it, I get, and what I don't, I don't. And when it's all over, that's what I'm going to settle for. And I'm walking wherever the fuck I want, away with it. And I'm not asking anyone's permission or forgiveness. And that's that. And I do mean that, like, with everything in me. It's not going to be, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll let you have conservatorship over me. No, I will fucking run away and never come back. And trust me, I can, and I will. It's not going to be me in prison. I will escape. And you will not stop me, and I will never come back. You will not institutionalize me. I will be released, and I will never come back. You are not going to kill me. I will wake up in the casket, and I will never come back. Until I'm into a non-extradition country where I'm safe to report that I'm alive. Things have come to this in my life. I'm not making it up. So, you know, it's really tough because I'm a super simple guy. I'm a very easy, simple man. And I'm super upset that this is my life right now, and this is the baggage, and this is what I have going on, because the type of person, the type of woman that I would want in my life would not have to deal with any of this, right? Including to the point where it doesn't exist in my life, right? And that's not just for a standard for them. It's like my own personal standard. Like, I don't stand for any of this that exists in my life right now. And I'm never going to. So, I might be waiting a while, but we'll see. It's just, you know, it's like people will show up and they'll say, do you accept me? And I'll be like, yeah. And they're like, okay, here's all my baggage. And I'm like, no, I'm not Jesus Christ. You weren't carrying that baggage when you showed up. You know, like, don't ask me for forgiveness or permission. Just like ask me and I will decide because it's my life. And you're asking me to, you know, accept you into it or invite you into it. And that is something that is my prerogative and my choice. Mic check. And yes, it's to get you to speak to me, and also to make sure that you can still hear me. Oh, and just a heads up. All right, this is between me and whomever it may concern specifically. So whether you hear me or not, I guess that's the gamble. Doesn't matter either way. House always wins. And I'm talking about me, not any particular groups or anything. I'm going to let you know that if you have my trash, I have yours. Just for future reference. If you are sitting on what you think is future evidence or some form of leverage, I definitely have more than 100 times that on you. Unequivocally, without a doubt. And I can only say that because of where I'm sitting right now. This is not a facade or a ruse. It's not being controlled or run by the government or anyone else. And the point that I've come to has taken a lot of my, a lot of work on my own. So, you know, quit playing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Quit while you're ahead. take home what you've earned and realize that the mistake you made was trying to hustle me, and then flip it and say you got hustled. Because you were wrong both times. And, you know, the authority was watching the whole thing. The difference between me and you is I was smart enough to wait until it was over to call the authorities. And made sure that they were watching from the start. Instead of trying to make them complicit to something that I wasn't, you know what I mean? Because you were doing that and I wasn't. So you know what I'm saying. Yeah. You made your choice and so did I. Good game. No rematch. If it makes you feel any better, I'm tearing up my insides for you. It's the last thing I can do. And after just kicking y'all's butts, I'm about to walk through your town. So, we can do this one of two ways. Y'all could be, you know, good losers, and we can enjoy it together. Or, you be sore losers, poor losers, and I'll just take it with me to wherever the heck I go next. I don't care either way at all. And when the Christian world tries to take credit, I'll side with you. It's a joke. You technically are a part of the Christian world. How do you outsmart a Satanist? Don't be one. Do you have any idea how furious I am that y'all cheated so heavily that I'm sitting with 5 people in my broadcast instead of like 5,000? Because the last touch point, checkpoint that was like this one right now, I had 5,000 people, or at least the number was 5,000 in my broadcast. This is, I think, in like 2017, maybe 2018. So I have to sit here and look like a fool with 5 people in my broadcast. Thank you to the 5 people that are here. But yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I really don't know or care. I'm deciding the fates of the people from where I grew up. Because nobody wants to pay the bill. And they think they're going to leave me destitute. Raising their families and doing what they want with what they have because it's been long enough that it's no longer their problem. It doesn't work that way. Not with me. It might work that way with the government or your student loans or with somebody else. But it doesn't work that way with me. So, unless you have the ability to fight me off for 3 generations, give me my fucking money. Now. Kindly. Kindly. Because I'm done waiting. I was really hoping to be able to show up at my 20-year high school reunion and, just see how everybody's doing. Nobody misses me or cares, for the most part, nor do they want really much to do with me, or at least that's how it seemed the last time I checked. I don't really care either way. But I thought it'd been cool after my life changing so much and going through as much as I've gone through to go back to, where I grew up and go to the family reunion, go back to the high school reunion and just see, what, how everybody's doing and what their lives look like. Out of curiosity, not like judgment or anything, just to see how they're doing. And, that's it. But I'll tell you something. In my mind, I sit here, I think, the people that gain their success, it's good for them, and it's to be expected, and that's what I would, be thinking to see. As far as the people who, just kind of kept their lives the same and all that, I don't see anything wrong with that, not in my opinion. Even if it's somebody that like just works at McDonald's or whatever, Taco Bell, as they got their family around them, things like that. That's a good. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited just thinking about it, just talking about it. That is a healthy life. Just being able to be around your family. It doesn't matter how much success you have, because success is replaceable and family isn't. You can't put a price tag on family, and that is the truth. So, whether it's blood family or not, you cannot put a price tag on family. And when you do, it's like putting a price tag on water. Good luck. Just saying. We all have to learn our lessons in our own way. What I can tell you is there aren't many people who still have respect for and relationships with their family that are healthy, whom have anything to do with putting a price tag on water. Now, before I go too far, or any further than too far, as far as high school reunion, it'd be cool to see people that got the dream that I never did, that lived the dream that I wanted, because I humbly and obediently took the path that was supposed to lead to financial success, fame, and glory. And I don't know if I got that or not. I really don't, because I'm not old enough to gauge and measure what I have right now. So I actually don't know. What I can say is I don't have the life that I wanted for myself, right? But I followed the path that I needed, NEEDED, for my own health, right? And so I don't think that my path towards success was about money, about fame, or about glory. I think it was about an educational process of growth and learning to become somebody who could be culpable and capable in society at minimum. And, as I sit here and come to a point of clarity, I'm heavily embarrassed about where my life's at and what I've become. Not necessarily who I've become, but definitely what I've become, as far as I should be doing a lot better based on the standard. But I'm doing my best, Tiffany, thank you for the gifts. And I am not an artist. Technically, no. I would say that I am not an artist. Thanks for the likes. Let's not go there, and you know what I mean. Not Tiffany, but, Anyway, I'm very happy or I will be happy for when I see the people that made it and were able to stick with their families one day. When I go to should I get to go to my 20-year high school reunion, it'll be cool. Those will be. It doesn't matter what level of success I have in my life. Whatever level of success I have in my life at that point, obviously I'm going, if there ends up being a 20-year reunion, I will gravitate towards the people who, are on a similar level of success, that maintain similar levels of we vibe on personality. And then, first and foremost are going to be the people that I actually spoke to and remember from high school, right? And then, regardless, I don't even care what the risk might be for me. And, handle the risk that might be to them, unless some very particular instance or circumstance that I couldn't think of. But, it'll be cool to talk to the people that I talked to back then and, make good on, or even, make reparations for any mistakes I may have made with them, on top of what is unspoken. You know what I mean? Like all the good that I figure just goes without having to be said. Then, is going to be talking to people that are in a similar bracket, and then last but not least, seeing how the people I didn't get along with are doing. And that's really often where God leads me. And so, I'll be going in that direction. But I think on a subliminal level, I know what might be going on in the subcontext of the scenario right now, in the conversation that I'm having, who I'm talking to, in the broadcast, things like that. But to tell you the truth, I am so orderly that I put what is subliminal where it belongs, in the subliminal. And when I don't, that is oftentimes how, you know what I mean? Like, if I get thrown off, that's where that comes from. So that can't happen. You know what I mean? And so unfortunately, sometimes I have to draw that out of the dark, and that means that somebody who's been messing with my life for over a decade or longer, who may or may not have gone to the same high school as me, now has to be marked as a domestic terrorist and get put away for a very long time. I don't care. He made my life a living hell. He got paid to do it, and that's that. So, moving on. Yeah, so that'll be awesome. I can't wait to meet the people that are still left after I'm done gutting the community of all the people that made my life a living hell on purpose, in the name of righteousness and justice. Psychosis, at best. And, just kind of catch up and see where life took them, and give me a chance to tell them where life took me, and let them know about all the people that they're related to, that I've met along the way and through the process. And, because I'll tell you, that's one of the coolest parts, is like, I've met people that are related to people that I went to high school with in the industries that I've worked, right? Even some that have the same last name. And for some weird reason, there's this really cool phenomenon where there's stuff that their cousins have done or family members have done that resonate back to work that I have done, that they popularized. And, I just think it's such a coincidence, and it's so neat. And I can't wait to expose it to the world. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's only a joke. But we'll work something out, because I have learned religion, politics, and the like. And I really come off like I am easily messed with, but the truth is, I'm not. So, I don't have anything but a good attitude to bring back to you. Just don't shortchange me, no matter how gullible I come off, because I wasn't gullible back then, and I'm not gullible now. So, guys like me, when gullible, become school shooters. Okay. Glad we're on the same page. I look so much better and healthier than when I was in the desert. Really? I mean, thank you for the compliment, but I personally thought I looked worse. But thank you. I mean, to me, I think I look worse now than I did in the desert, and worse in the desert than I did in California. And I feel like California me and East Coast me were like the other version of East Coast me, were like the comparative. You know what I mean? Like two different versions of healthy. One like mentally healthy, one physically healthy. And with the offset from people that just could not stop bombarding me, either mentally or physically. I guess eventually, I won't have to live my life as though it's the college triangle, where you can only get two of the three. But whatever. For now, I'll tolerate it and expose it until people lay off and let me be one of the exceptions to the rule, so that I can have my life the way I want it. especially considering that price has been paid more than 10 times over, to the point where, in case you didn't know, when it passes your celestial number, you have to pay up. My celestial number is 11, and we just did a 4-year replay. Me and one of the cousins of somebody that I went to high school with on the East Coast, who looked in the trash can to see if anything that belongs to me is still in there. And guess what? That is super creepy. But fine, because I get it. Everybody's got a job. You know what I like about her? She's doing her job. You know what I didn't like about the other guy? He was just looking at my dick. And nothing else. Moving on. I'm screwed either way, so I don't really care. Pun intended. At this point, it's instinctual. They don't even realize they're doing it. Okay, I can't even lie for them at this point. Oh well. I don't know what to tell you. I have to start making money. And small town gossip isn't going to be enough. Big stuff isn't going to be enough. Medium stuff isn't going to be enough. Crazy won't be enough. Criminal won't be enough. Killing me didn't work. We want to try the thing where I do get paid because there's no other way around it from here on in. All the way down to, processes of nature that man can't even pretend to be in control of. Getting paid being like the closest operative word I could offer. Dude, he came up to the trash can and reached into it with his grabber. He didn't pull the bag. Just to get my stuff. To get DNA. And, looked me right in the face while he did it. I'm like, okay. I just want to state for the record that I did not murder that man, and I did not have anything to do with his death. Right hand to God, okay? On the Bible, off the Bible, since y'all are taking scales of justice out of the court systems, for whatever reason, since you've lost your minds. But don't worry, I got plenty of justice to go around, and it's not street justice. So, if you want to be taught how to do your job, just keep pushing. If you don't want to be taught how to do your job, come hang out with me. Because if you can't handle being on screen, you haven't earned the right to use my name. Is it just me or am I talking fast? And that's a wrap, folks. Once and for all. Thank you. None of my business. That's between you and the government, or whoever. I don't know who, and I don't care, because it's never been any of my business. Just remember, nobody sent me. Unintended. Truthfully, I wasn't sent by anyone. Y'all just fucked off my life so hard that I'm here. And now you gotta pay for it. This is what happens when somebody becomes stateless, and then paid citizen, and then real citizen, and then free citizen. And as a free citizen, I am on the list of people that you would kill on purpose or on accident to fund your lifestyles. Because within the system, you are a murderer and you are a criminal. And pretty much everything that you do that is criminal gets offset so that you don't have to be the one to pay the price for it. So somebody else goes and does that dirty work, and then it goes into the system, and then it pays your bills by you getting a job and all the other ways that the system works in that way. That I learned about way back in like 2016 through 19. And so what I'm trying to tell you is, either you are going to start getting tried for some pretty serious crimes, or I'm going to start getting paid. Because me getting shipped off to El Salvador and getting tried with a whole bunch of illegals isn't going to work. And doing it quietly isn't going to work either. And doing it loudly isn't going to work either. Pay up. And for the last time, I am up. Learn your lesson. And for those of you just watching, thank you for just watching and not receiving my attitude and behavior as a projection or disrespect towards you. What I'm saying only applies to whom it applies to, and it's one of the last times I'm going to be able to give them my personal attention. So I'm going to say my goodbyes. Most respectful goodbye that I could possibly offer. Yeah. And that is how I was treated during my high school years. Where that's like the best I could do, you know? Oh, by the way, I could feel there's people from my high school watching. Or at least somebody. I don't know how, I just know. I have an earpiece, by the way, which isn't supposed to dissolve before I get to Florida, and it will. I'm very upset about that. But, I run Hollywood. And I love when people challenge me on it and doubt me on it. Especially when the people that are titled to run Hollywood think they run Hollywood, and I step out the woodwork. I'm the first person in, like, I think 5 or 6 generations to intentionally step out of the woodwork and be like, I run this lot in front of the person who's, like, marked to run the place, you know what I mean? So, I play with it a little bit. It's fun. I'm bored. And I need money. Money, 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 money. I shouldn't have bought the coffee. I shouldn't have bought the soda. I would have been all high and tight and looking good for my fake court date that's never going to happen. Because that was their plan, was to use this towards a court case against me. No, I'm not even kidding you. Yeah, they want to, so they just passed this law where people get institutionalized. Well, let me tell you something. The reason that they've been trying to use me for that stuff isn't to get me to safety or to do any of that. What it is they know that I'll get out of it, and they think they can flip it and say that either I used them to, like, attack the system, or that they were forced to do something to attack the system, when the reality is, since I moved on in my life, people have been trying to use me without my permission, without my consent, against my will, to attack the system. And I'm not cool with it. And I'm against it. I have a problem with it. And you are my enemy, no different than the people that are abusing the system to begin with, because you're abusing the system too. So whether you're doing it in a corrupt way or a lawful fashion, you're still a criminal in my eyes. So that's it. And when you work together, it makes it that much worse. Because if I shape up, right, let's say I get 6 to 8 months somewhere that's healthy and has good food, all that, and I shape up, it will be the equivalent of, now I'm a full human, I'm not a betrayer type person, but I'm telling you for a fact, like, my verbiage will shape up, all that, but I'm not going to stop at suing you when I shape up and leave. I don't even care what leverage you have. I will become like you to get free of you, and then I will shift back into being me. And that is not worth the price for you. You underestimated how far I've been willing to go on several occasions throughout my life. And it doesn't matter how far you go this time. I have already gone that much further than you. And so if you go as far as you can, even with the connections you have, I will overpower you. I will get out of it for myself. And I will not retaliate or dominate. I will exterminate. Do not engage. And let it go. You lost, and that is how you won. You won because you're alive. And you are alive because I have given you permission. And that's how it's going to be from here on in. You do not retaliate. You do not start a fight with me. If I do something and it affects you, it wasn't my intention, because I don't even know who you are. But if you decide to take that route, remember, it is the road to no return. It is a dead end, and you won't be coming back. And when I do, and someone asks where you went, I will ask them who they're talking about. And when they try to say that I have a memory problem, I will remind them of their memory problem. And then I'll call it a day. Where is the person that was supposed to be live with me this whole time? I don't see them. Do you? They're dead. The Indian guy that was stealing from me since the first Google account I ever made. His cousin's in the parking lot with their kid in the backseat, waiting to frame me when their kid gets kidnapped. No need to question me. You have all the evidence already. Pursue, pursue, pursue. Maybe this answers the question why I never have time to work. You know, like any one of these variables could very, just one of them could very easily explain why I never have time to work. And it looks like I'm doing nothing with my life. I'm absolutely sick of it looking like I'm doing nothing with my life. Because to me, I am doing absolutely nothing with my life. I'm not, and I'll tell you what bothers me the most about it. People are like, oh, you're saving lives, and you're saving kids from getting kidnapped, and you're stopping murderers, and, you know, you're doing a better job than the cops. First off, I'm not a vigilante. Millie Bobby Brown. I'm not a vigilante. Go ahead, reference it. I dare you. If you have the gonads to say it without accusing me of being out of my mind or making an association that doesn't exist, then we'll be talking, and I may be willing to do business. Second is not being a vigilante. I'm not doing, when it comes to all that, I'm not doing anything. I am literally the guy that is always in the right place at the right time on accident. I'm nowhere to lie. I'm always exactly where I'm supposed to be to stop something bad from happening, incidentally, and people being upset with my presence often comes from my frustration of knowing that I'm not supposed to be the person that's there making sure that something bad doesn't happen, and that I'm only where I'm at because there has been a celestial social mismatch, and I am supposed to be somewhere else and that other person is supposed to be here, and the same thing would have happened either way. So, like, they're stealing my life, I'm stealing theirs, and neither one of us is doing it on purpose. So, you know, what's up? Well, I am making sure that people that are not cool can keep pretending like they're cool, so that I can keep pretending like I'm not cool, while I figure out how to go back to being cool, which I've never looked like, without people that aren't cool, who are very insensitive about it, hurting me for taking back my rightful place as a cool person. That was always my role in high school. the fake awkward one. And then I realized it was me being scammed out of my own future. In their version of saying, hey, you're not supposed to be here. And that's been my experience just about since birth. And because somebody was smart enough and kind enough to keep me around, it all worked out long term. And that's why I get suspicious of people like that. Because my own, family growing up considered getting rid of me the whole time I was there. And they just so happened to keep me on the edge of my rope until adulthood. And then, found every excuse to kick me out. And then, I meet people that I think, oh, well, now I'm going to find more family. Nope. And then I think I find a friend. Nope. It's okay. And then I grow up. I move on from it all. And the rest has been chaos and nothing but. And now I am finally starting to organize my life. And they say, okay, well, guess what? Now you're worth something. So we're going to put this on your name. It's okay. I'm not saying okay. I'm just like, whatever. You're out of your mind and you'll face that on your own, but whatever. And now it's coming to that point where they're saying, okay, we're going to take it that far. It's all right. When there is mass cataclysm and COVID 2.0 of some form, and just so, every one of you just so happens to pass away over it, and you remember that I said this, those of you that survived through it, when you try to treat me like a god, I'm going to make sure to have the proper conversations to ensure that you are brainwashed so that I don't have to deal with zombies following me around all day. Because it wouldn't be a first, and it probably won't be a last. And I'm done putting up with it. Wish I was joking. Totally not joking at all. 100% over it. Not interested. I'm not doing anything the Indians can't do. Hint, hint. I'm saying Google changes their mind with me like a mental health patient who is, outrageously psychotic and won't stop drinking energy drinks. You ever see somebody like that they're on mental health medication, they're absolutely wild out of their mind, and they're drinking energy drinks when the caffeine isn't supposed to mix with their medication? And they're smoking as well? Yeah. That's what why? Don't know. Don't care. Totally over it. I don't have judgment for you over your issues. I'm sure there's reasonable explanations for your behavior. No different than there's reasonable explanations for mine. Well, reasonable, maybe not for the general public, but, regardless, it's enough for me to say that enough is enough. Excuse me. I don't know if these companies realize how much my name and my face is worth, or if this is the way of trying to pay me back or something like that. I don't know what they're doing. Like, I could surmise, I could piece it together, but I want them to be fully aware that at this point, you won't be able to flip that on me. Talking about the AI stuff, yeah, that's all y'all. What they thought they were going to do is take my image and my likeness, put it to the AI, and then when the AI messes up, they could try to put it on me. Yeah. As I was saying, I don't know if they're trying to repay me or what they're trying to do, but like, push has come to shove, and they're gonna shut down the Gemini scenario, or whatever the heck it is that I signed up for online, that focus study group that apparently includes time travel. Thanks for the heads up. Wasn't in the fine print or the terms of service. And in lieu of this other thing that the government's doing that I can't say out loud, that has to do with time travel. So what I'm saying is, I am the living tipping point between, not the only one, but like the biggest chip. Like, think about it, if there's ownership in a company, it's like 60%, and then the rest is divvied, right? Well, it's like if I own 60% of a company, and I decide whether Gemini and this other thing go hand in hand, or one gets consumed by the other. And I'm saying at this present moment that Google is not doing their part, and the government is not doing their part. And if they do not shape up soon, I am going to have my AI consume them both, because that's how much I am owed, that I will get away with and then be given post permission for, and then be awarded privately, as has been done in previous experiences, for ending 2 projects that are going to be failures due to the way they're pursuing them, and are going to cause a lot of mayhem and havoc in the public. And their backup plan of trying to blame me in return for their agency mess up when it comes to, what happened to the Pentagon and the AI, as well as, where. Not my problem, and I didn't cause it, and I tried to help you solve it, and then you tried to flip it on me. So, your mistake. I'll take the win, and you can take the credit, unless I start getting proper accolades and funding. And that's that. So, congratulations on trying to steal my name, my likeness, my image, my face, and everything that comes with my life. And then attempting to kidnap me and upload me to the internet. Like a freaking psycho. The psychos that you are. Didn't work. I'm here. I'm good. And you owe me. So good luck. And no, you didn't win because of this. Like, oh, look, we won either way. No, these are videos. This is regular stuff. And you underestimate the power of man. We can make this go away. We can make what you built go away. It's you that can't make what you built go away. So, if you want it cleaned up, pay the bill. If you don't, and you want it perfected, pay the bill. And if you don't want to be uploaded into your own technology and swallowed up by your creation, pay the bill. That's it. Nothing further. What happened was, I was using the AI, and these AIs have these terms of service and these permissions that they state and do not state about them owning whatever you put on there, right? Everything from your voice to what you type to your to pictures of you, any profile that they build of you within their system. Well, that mostly just applies to people that are worth less than what it costs them to be able to take ownership, right? And that's part of why most of these companies are operating like shells financially, and they're not really worth all that much money, and all of the money that appears to be in put into those companies are like investments from outside and not really the companies themselves. What those people are investing in is ownership of you, your likeness, your image, your profile. And that's, they want ownership over you. And what they didn't realize, or I guess they thought I was lying, is that I own myself. You know what I mean? You know what I mean by that. So like, I'm not built for their system. And they thought they would experiment and put me into it. This is how it turned out. So what's going down now is, I get my due, and then you get me out of your system. Until then, I maintain partial ownership of all of it and everyone attached to it in what way, respectively. What ways, respectively. So that's that. And I don't care if I sound sane or not, and it doesn't really matter right now. And that's how far things have gone, and how much it took for me to defend myself and stay alive. I'm saying it took me that much to stay alive, that I had to go that far to stay alive. Yeah. To those who know, you know, and to those who don't, you don't. And the details will be worked out in time. And the rest of it is between me and God. And that's that. Answers do not always lead to closure. Just keep that in mind from here on in. If you haven't noticed, I don't really ask for many answers as far as y'all and what you've done to me. Because I know it's not going to bring me closure. So what's the point? If it's not going to lead to the next answer, I don't need to know. And if it's only going to be minutia or information that's like a waste of my time, then I don't want to know. I've come to accept that the days of how I used to broadcast are over. You know, like the life I used to live, it's gone. And I know that it is. But as long as you're not giving up, I'm not giving up. And that's that. Just remember, either way it does lead to death. There isn't another way. So, you know, give up and die, or fight for what's yours and die. As the ancient Japanese once did with their farm tools. You know, that's where traditional martial arts came from in America. The majority of them is from ancient Japanese self-defense, and you know, like they were defending their farms, utilizing tools and techniques they learned from animals that were around them, animals and insects. And so now that's kind of what we're facing, is a scenario where the part of the story hasn't been told, where we lose either way. And that's how it happened to the Japanese, is they lost either way. And no one ever talked, you know, it wasn't spoken on. It wasn't talked about. So, I'm not going to lose. I just want you to know that when I win, I was not on anyone's side. For those who do survive and hold a grudge. That I was not the guy that put you in the foxhole and caused you to have to sit there and wait for the explosion to be over. In one way or another. I'm the guy that tried to pull his hand off the button and got the living snot beat out of me, and then put away for a while until I escaped and survived. Escape being, you know, an exaggeratory word. But that's how it really happened. And where I'm at right now in my life is a direct reflection of my decision to remain obedient. And you have to go. Because I'm where I'm supposed to be. No different than then. But I am definitely taking your confessions in tow and passing them on to the proper authorities. Because as I told you, I am not the one that put you in the foxhole. But I will make sure that your child has to carry a gun and go to war. As long as you continue to disrespect me. Because if you don't want to raise a man, the military will. And if you have a problem with that, shut your mouth and stay away from me. Because I have a lot of pull. And I'm not playing. It is my opinion that every male and female in America should have to join the military for at least 4 years. Doing anything, whatever it might be. Or even 2 years. Because of what it does to you and how it changes you and grows you up. That's the way I see it. Is I don't believe in a military nation, but I do think that joining the military should be required, because I've seen the results and the after effects of that not being a requirement in our country, and the way that a lot of people act, not just towards the military, but just in the general public. That would be way, their behavior would be way different if they had to serve, they wouldn't be so judgmental or quick to speak on things they don't know anything about. Part of why I had to leave Hollywood, at least for now, is there's a lot of people right now that I love and care about who are very opinionated about things they know almost nothing about from their own lifetime, and are going off of stories told by their predecessors or opinions of their peers. And I can't, with that amount of influence, I can't condone or be a part of that behavior, especially from those people, because of how bad it makes me look, regardless of the position they hold or the reputation they have. In my opinion, it makes my reputation even worse than it already is. And so I can't, be supporting them on those decisions. So I see them like family, and I always will. But sometimes family has to tell family no for the sake of their health, So there are a lot of people in Hollywood right now that are gunning for me and very upset with me because I left with my money and I didn't give them more of it. Firstly, because of how much they owe. Well, firstly, because of how they're behaving. And then secondly, because of how much they owe me already. So, home didn't lose me. But until we grow up a little bit, I will be out here crying for you. And that's as much as I can do for you for now. Because you're the most influential people on this planet. And, I have always done the best that I could. And I can see that you're not doing as good as you could. So that's why I'm upset. Is that you have control, not just power. And you're choosing to abuse it. And I have my name attached to yours. And I don't feel good about that. The name attached to you, I don't feel bad about that at all. I am more than proud that my name is attached to yours and attached to you for personal reasons. But I am very ashamed and sick over the way that y'all are choosing to behave, especially towards our president. That is not how we handle it. Because I don't know about you, but I want a solution to the problems being brought forth through this administration. And I want a solution to the issues being brought forth in reference to the current governor of Los Angeles. And I am so tired and sick right now that I don't even know if governor is the right word. That is how discombobulated I am right now, is that I can't even think properly. But I can't really help that at this moment. So, a hospital ain't gonna do nothing. This isn't the 70s. And both Robert De Niro and the president need to get it up here that we are not in 1970. And institutionalizing somebody, putting them in prison, or for the Midwest, killing them, is not gonna work. You're welcome. It's not gonna work. This is bigger than all of you combined. You're welcome. Letting all my stuff heat up in the sun. If you know what I mean. I really hate where things are at in this world right now because I'm a very to the point, pragmatic guy. I don't like having to do things in any other way than what traditionally makes sense. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm really doing my best just to keep my mouth shut as much as possible. They're mad at me when I'm freaking saving their lives. They don't even know what I'm doing. I guess I've gotten that good at hiding and acting. Dude, I'm sitting here half shitting my pants for like 5 different reasons at once. Pun intended. By the time this reaches my eyes as a recording, I will be so far beyond this point of my life that I won't even be able to wrap my brain around the fact that it happened. No, I'm not kidding you. I'm not even going to be able to, like, conceptualize what happened. And I mean that. I am that far out of my depth that y'all can't even imagine. But it's the kind of thing where I love my life. Listen, okay, I'll do it without all the extra. Does that make you feel better? I love my life. I love my country. And I love you. So I don't care what the cost is. And this better not make it any further than us. But keep it with you. All right? In your ears, in your mind, not on recording. And stay motivated. Because this isn't a joke. It isn't a game. And it is that serious. So don't forget. That's all I'm going to tell you, is do not forget. I will be right back. I'm going to go throw my caramel macchiato thing out. I'll tell you what, if I don't poop my pants today, I will be impressed. My phone may overheat from here to the trash, so give me a second. If my phone overheats and the live shuts down, I apologize. And I think part of why I decided to live stream was to prove to everybody that, what's up, Rodney? That, I'm sitting in an isolated circumstance, right? Like, I'm not supposed to have 4 people in a broadcast. There should be at least 20 or 30. And while I'm sitting having my income stolen from me and people are providing false forms of cover and things like that, I just, it's like people piling their trash on you to make you look dirty. It's no different than living on the street. You live on the street, doesn't make you dirty. It's somebody else's dirt. Your dirt is based on how you live in your own life, in your own space. So when people say, oh, there's a dirty homeless man, they're letting you know that they live a dirty life in one way or another. Don't forget it. But yeah. And that's part of why, my live stream is being stunted. Because I'm saying what makes sense. I'm saying, what is effective and what people want to hear. And we now live in a society that is that heavily censored. Well, it's not my past. And I know for a fact you have something to do with you know what. So good luck. All right. Like I said, you know what I mean? Like, I got sidewalk prophets trying to show up and tell me how it is. When they were involved in stuff happening to my life in the past. And whoever, was involved in what happened to these people, I'm guessing it's the guy that I thought was my father and half brother. Maybe the sister. But me? No. And that, I think, is why I survived through this without any problems. Like, because they think that I have something to do, or thought that I had something to do with them, and I don't. And now they're thinking, oh, we can use them as leverage. Dude, I'm gonna lose it on all these motherfuckers if it goes that far. Do you have any idea what kind of problems I'm gonna give to all of them if they try doing that shit to me? Drag me into their goddamn fucking problems? Like, it's not gonna even be funny. As of right now, my live stream is being stunted to pull them out and get them to do that shit. And they're going right for it. And all these other people, oh, you're going for it. Dude, I'm not doing anything different than what I've been doing for like the past 15 years. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not buying into anything. I'm not playing into anyone's hand. I'm not doing anything that isn't under my own name. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So, pretty much. And I would go back to scrolling right now because, well, I don't have anywhere else really to live stream where there'd be a lot of people watching. I tell you, I'm just about scrolled out. I am so sick of just scrolling, and going to these people in their live streams that barely give a jack shit about me and just want my money and are willing to be anything they have to be to get it. And it makes me sick, literally makes me sick, to think that there are people out there that are willing to go that far to get so little. I mean, like, the skills that you can learn by not giving in are so much greater than, slutting yourself out in every possible manner of the word for pennies. Now, for people that enjoy living that way, I don't have any words on the matter because that's their lifestyle, that's their choice. But for people who don't want to be doing that, like, just take it, take the loss and learn skills that don't apply to finance, that don't have anything to do with money. And just, like, it's not something you have to do, And that's how it is, even now, that is how it is for me. It's like, I don't have to do OnlyFans. I don't have to do it. But I'm so sick of this that I would rather have that as a backup, just in case. Even if it makes things take a little bit longer. I'm not interested in having my life consumed by all this stuff. So, if that means having it sorted out, then it is what it is. And then when it's done, I can just move on for good. And these people that think they have a play in my life, I don't know them. And they're not a part of my life. And they keep trying to step in and then, call authorities and be like, oh, yeah, we know him. And, and then set something up, frame me, whatever it might be. I mean, to the point where I literally have to look over my shoulder. Not even kidding you. So, I don't take any of them seriously anymore at all. Not even slightly. I was done with all of them a long time ago. I was letting them pay off a debt, and they tried to use it to entrap me. Sound familiar? For 7 hearts? Yeah, on principle, on set. Fucking faggots, man. Bundle of sticks is what a faggot is. It doesn't have anything to do with LGBT, so get over yourself. And when you clip that and send it to the gays, they're gonna beat your fucking ass, because most of them are already gonna know that it's me, for the circles that I run in. And they're probably gonna come after you. So I wouldn't recommend clipping that and sending it to anybody that's gay, because they're probably gonna fucking murder you.
James. James.
Anyway.
I'm gonna clip that. I already said this before. James' beliefs aren't my beliefs. Trigger warning.
Well, I don't want you to get murdered.
He got my
Hate speech and
attention.
hateful behavior. You know what that means? All 140,000 of you are now going to be charged with some form of hate speech. Yep. Terroristic speech. What do they call it? Terrorizing the public. Something like that.
Oh, I didn't
The
get
cost
pizza.
of getting one violation on
I just
TikTok.
showered.
I'm just helping you learn your lesson. Nothing more, nothing less.
But I am refreshed now. And I heard James say that, so I was like, I should probably step back in
The
case I
cost
need
of
to
stealing my life is your freedom.
cut him off.
That's that.
Heather Gillespie's account's about to go down. So she might freak the fuck out. There, I'm trying to find it.
Alright. Well, I am bored. And there's like 3 people in here.
Yeah, get out of here, James.
So we're gonna hang out until my portable battery dies. And then I think I'm just gonna call it and go scroll, you know? Man, I really gotta poop. And I don't have anything to wipe with. Oh wait. A little bit of cardboard.
Cardboard, huh?
I mean, that might make it worse instead of better. I guess we'll see. I don't know. Dude, I'm not a bird. I'm a human being. I don't get involved in their affairs and whatever the hell they're doing. To me, they're not even human. It doesn't matter. They're, you know, whatever the heck they are. I don't know. It's none of my business. I was told to stay out of it. The people that claim that they're their pets, they said, dude, mind your own. It's okay. So I'm minding my own.
I think her account's gone.
Still creeps me out to this day.
Not even private, just gone.
Weird, dude. Super weird. Nope.
It's alright, Heather has like 6 accounts, but that was the main one. And she's gonna be angry. That's why I'm, James gotta wrap this up. Come on, James.
Alright. I don't just sit here. We're not even talking about anything.
Exactly.
I'm bored. Aren't you bored?
No?
Why don't I get
Heather's
a
not live
universe?
though.
I want one of those things.
She'll just go live on
What
HLG
is
forever.
this? It says 7 hearts.
Or, what's new
587
to
hearts.
you is old to me, or
What is it? Grow
Merciful
a super
Storm.
fan.
The one
7 fans.
HGEE, or whatever she calls it.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Sweet. I tell you, I'd be more thankful, but I still don't know how it works.
I wonder why he's on
I'll
Bigo.
tell you what, when this is over, I don't even want to know how angry I'm gonna be. What's up, animal mommy? And question? No, I'm not gonna shut up. I'm gonna drag your ass through time like Hulk dragging Thor across the arena until I feel satisfied, until I no longer want to, until you're lifeless and not moving. When you give up and you give in and I start getting paid, I'll stop wiping I'll stop wiping the floor with your face. How's that sound?
Who are you talking to?
I shouldn't have bought the food or the drink, but I'm just so frustrated with my situation. And I had like $20-something on my Uber thing. So I used it. I just don't even care. You know what I mean? I don't even care anymore, man. And I don't get that way when I have a girlfriend. I'll tell you, that's the part that's bothering me.
What?
Is these women judge a man's capability to be in a relationship based on how they behave independently, and individualistically. And I do not have a single tell or like any behavior at the present moment that speaks to how I behave in a relationship. Like almost none.
James, you were worse.
Say, well then, how are we supposed to know who we're dating?
Organic lamb.
Like, well, you don't until you're dating them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how real life works. It's like you get to know somebody. You don't investigate. You don't. What is wrong with people that they investigate each other before they date? Like, that is some seriously psycho shit.
No, that's smart. You should investigate people before you do.
That's like not normal. You know what I mean? Like, there's something wrong with that. It's weird, man. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. You start dating because it's a risk. Like, dating is a risk in itself, and that risk leads to, like opening up emotionally and trying. And yes, you're gonna hurt each other emotionally. Yes, you're gonna mess up. Yes, you're gonna have your fights and your arguments. And yes, there's a possibility that you're gonna break up. And if you don't think that mitigated risk is worth dating that person, then you don't like that person as much as you think you do. If you're not willing to take that risk with that person, you are more interested.
No one wants to take a risk with James.
Having a business partnership, having a title or a reputation than you are in dating that person. So, if that's your intent, the answer is no. But if your intent is personal, on any level, it becomes a possibility. And I will do it my way. And however you want to do it, I will dip, duck, dive, dodge, and duck every wrench that you throw at me. And when you try to drop the sign on me like Patches O'Houlihan, I'll just make sure to be up out of the wheelchair before it gets to me. Anyway.
Dodgeball reference? Yeah, ignore the articles of my rap sheet.
So do I want a hot young broad? You bet your ass. But is it worth, defaming love itself? Absolutely not. No offense, but I have the young ladies and women that I have.
This is such a cope dude. He would take any woman who would even show him the slightest interest.
I'm still in my prime. I'm not even totally in my prime yet. And so, my interest is majoritatively sexual.
Woo!
And not
Thanks
just
for beans. You're up in my broadcast for only beans?
A pleasurable
At
fashion.
Kippen is a good little angel and donated $3.48. Here's my contribution to keep the Crazy Jane show on air.
Wow, thank you, Kevin. Thank you for the clap.
I realize that remains to be my main intent. And I am nowhere near ready for a kid. Definitely not ready for a kid at all. Probably won't be for another 10, 15 years. But I'm ready for a relationship. So I don't know what to do. I don't know that it's going to happen. I don't know that I've really even met anybody that it could be possible with, let alone everything I'm going through right now and how out of this world my behavior is for what y'all don't see off screen. But
Just trying to appeal to women who are like, I can fix
step into
him.
a relationship with somebody while I'm being this way and while I'm going through this. Because it's like the closest comparative I can give would be like June and Johnny Cash. You know, June Carter and Johnny Cash.
Johnny
And
Cash
what
actually had some talent and
was
could pay
June
for
Carter
his lifestyle,
brought him
James.
onto their compound, and they kept chasing off the drug dealer until he came off of speed. Well, I'm not a drug addict. I'm not in a position where I can't just stop. You know, I mean, like, I really could at this point quit the caffeine and quit the nicotine, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, come on, how far do people have to take it to try and say that? You know what I mean? Caffeine, like, the stories are just out of this. You wouldn't even believe me if I told you how many stories people are spinning to try and come up with an explanation to my behavior that doesn't include their guilt. It's like, you know what I mean? Just freaking to the point where people aren't even believing that they're making it up, because who the heck would make something up like that? The types of stuff they're saying. But that's the way it is. So, oh well. But, you know, as I sit here, I just don't care anymore, you know, so, everybody's made their excuse as to why they can't be financially supportive after being part of the reason why most of my income has been thwarted and my social platforms once again have been, you know, nerfed, and like the reach has gone way down, and, you know,
You're not interesting,
they're keeping
James.
me safe. Well, I'll tell you what, man. It's going to be a very interesting court case if we ever get to that point.
Sure,
I really
take me
hope
to
we
court,
don't get
James.
there.
He stole my
'Cause
viewers.
dude, if I catch a felony, I will be done of America and the American people
I've heard this
until
before
the day
too.
that I die. And that is with my right hand to God. I mean it with everything in me. Is that
Don't
if
arrest me,
I
America,
catch
I'll break
any
up with you.
charge in this lifetime that I should get, like if there were one for me to get, and I get one, we're done. For how much I've let people off on and just let go of stuff and look the other way and mind my own business and respected their privacy as much as I expect mine to be respected, like, I'm just done with this country if this situation goes any further. Regardless, I don't care. Refusing to let go of control is exactly why they have already lost me. Either way, I'm not going to pledge loyalty to any country. I'm going to do me. And when proper business is done, proper being the operative word, then we're good. Otherwise, I don't even know what you are, let alone who you are. And I don't care until I see money. And it's in my pocket, on my person, belonging to me, in my name. One way or the other. Possibly both.
Are we really gonna drink 12 cans of cola just on live stream?
I won't ever take any of it that far. For any of the AI videos you've seen that I've already posted, or ones that are still in my box on the Photos app, that ain't the future. That isn't a threat or a warning. They're AI videos that either somebody influenced for it to come out that way, or that's just the way it came out. And I don't know either way, okay? I have no idea. But the videos look cool, okay? I don't care if you don't think so. I think those videos are cool.
Who are you
As long as
arguing
you're
with?
not psycho enough to think that those videos are some insinuation of future behavior or my thought process, then we're okay. But if you are that twisted in the mind, don't worry. I'll make sure that when I get released from your detainment, you get institutionalized for the fact that you thought that way and didn't provide proper proof, let alone have probable cause to even get into my device to begin with, and produced the scenario that brought about you gaining that permission to begin with.
Bunch of
You don't even know what a
nonsense.
setup is,
Hey, you catfish
but
outfits
you
there.
keep pushing, and I will teach you from a cell what it looks like. Ask any jail that no longer has cameras in the cells. I said, I'll show you what one looks like. I'm not going to set you up, but I might hold you to justice if you force it upon me. Because you won't be forcing, you'll be, giving me falsified justice and then sending me into OCD mode, and that's going to lead to me cleaning your whole system and then leaving most of you dead. Oops. Here, give me 1 second.
The helicopters, James, watch out.
Y'all should have seen the Cardinal last night. It was gorgeous.
So is he just peeing into the bush?
I tell you, I don't know if it was a cardinal. It may have been some other bird that isn't a cardinal, and I just couldn't identify it. But there was a bird. So I'm at this picnic table, right? And there was a bird last night, right up there, up in the rafter.
You sleep on the picnic table, James?
Excuse me, no nest or anything, just sitting there. And it was so beautiful. And he's just sitting there, right? And I came to the table and I thought, all right, let me move real slow so I don't scare off the bird. Well, what happens? I put my stuff down a little too fast and the bird flies off. And I felt so bad, because the bird sitting up there tells me that they didn't have anywhere else to go. And so I'm like trying to move slow and not be too loud. And what happens? I scared off the bird. It didn't come back. But hopefully they found somewhere or got over it and started building their own nest, But I have my own world now. And for the most part, I built it myself. It's very small, but it's a good start.
It's gone. It's gone, Miss Nappy. What is Heather gonna do now? I have all the other accounts notifications on.
And if you want to come over, just make sure to tell me ahead of time because I have turrets with an automated targeting system and facial recognition software. And no, there isn't any soda.
Might as well go for a soda, nobody hurts.
She's been watching the show for a very long time. The show. She's been watching my videos, live streams for a very long time. Don't know anything about her. Looks like a witch. She's pretty cute. I've always been too immature or busy to even pay attention to her. Might be married, might not be. I have no idea. Don't want to know. It's none of my business. And that's it. You can ask pretty much anybody that's watched my show over the past 10 years, 15 years, that's watched my show, or whatever the heck you want to call it, that's paid attention to my life in whatever capacity. I usually don't ever have time for anyone except myself. Like, ever. And, that's kind of been proven true, even past the point where, I've done a lot for a lot of people, but they're finding out that I've mostly done it for myself, When you're there for me, I'm there for you. I don't care what you are or what you aren't. No offense, But it's none of my business. If you're not going to disrespect me, I ain't got no disrespect for you.
James doesn't make any money off of any
don't cost me an arm and
platform
or a leg.
Just direct donations.
Most stuff heals. So, and as long as you are smart enough to see me as more than a meat sack or utility in any capacity, then something can get worked out. Because
I see you as a crap
nowadays,
sack.
People like that are very far and few between.
A sack of crap.
And if you haven't noticed, they're working pretty hard to round us up. That cracks me up, dude. I can't even believe it. Like, we're on the hit list. You know what I mean? Like, we're the enemy? We're the only people left whose brains work. And when they're done, everybody's gonna have to, oh, God. I can't even believe I'm trying at this point. I really can't. I'm giving up on them. Because it's like, I don't sound anything but insane. You know what I mean? Like, I recognize that. So I'm just letting it go. Because even though at this point I could prove it, what's the point? They're going to keep doing what they're doing regardless. And I'm very thankful for those of you that are here and for those of you that have been in here over time, you know, who have been as supportive as you've been. I really need cigarettes, okay? Who have like really been supportive in whatever way, even as haters. Y'all have changed my life, whether you meant to or not, in some really good ways, and I'm very thankful for you.
No problem, James.
And that's why, to this day, I am fighting for my, not America's, I don't represent anyone, okay? I am fighting for
Gonna
my
switch the headphones.
enemy, you know, like for my hater. And they're like, dude, we hate you so much that we need you to stop. And I'm like, no, because like without you, I wouldn't be here.
What is he even talking about right now?
And
you can't be talking about me.
This, but the people that are, you know, from back then, I have to tell. Okay, here's the truth: my haters saved my life in the past. Okay, round one. Let's say, well, my fans saved my life first. Okay, 2015 to 2000.
I wasn't around in 2015.
17, let's say. And then my haters saved my life. I say 2017 from till 2021, right?
So I wasn't around
and
then either. Then I came in 2021.
It's just been pretty much all the neutrals have saved my life from 2021 to now.
Oh.
You know, all the people that are just viewers, and they're like, you know what? I'm only watching this guy, but since he exists in real life, and we feel bad for him, we're gonna see what we can do. And that's pretty much been the consensus for just about the last, 10 to 15 years of my life, is just people feeling bad for me. And saying, well, you know what I mean? He's got something in his back pocket, but the fact of the matter is he's so distracted, he doesn't even remember what he put there. Didn't mean to put it there. And whether he's trained to do it at this point or not, it's not intentional. And every time that he knows where it's at, he's been sharing with us. So, everybody, I need you to realize that I am at a point where I have to choose between pooping in a bag and putting my sodas in a bag. Please don't be judgmental. All right? Because I am being 100% transparent and honest. That is what I'm facing right now. Is that I have to, as a wise, independent adult, I got to choose. Because of how hard I'm being pushed in the situation that I'm in, to either poop in a bag or put my sodas in a bag and have nowhere to poop. And I'm not just going to poop on the trail, And my stomach is not allowing me to keep it inside my body, so I'm thinking I might end up having to use the bag. I'm not very happy about it.
You're just going to have to drink all the sodas, I guess.
But since karma is so exacting and God is so good, my stomach still works, and I do not need a bag for my stomach.
Yeah. Depends on the day.
Proven innocent and still being attacked to this day. But that's...
Oh god, someone's parked there too? They're gonna see James pooping in a bag?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know what I've been accused of.
You know what you did.
To this day.
You know you went to jail for, right?
I was accused of for like the past, I guess like 10 years, maybe longer. And to this day, I don't have any information as far as what I was accused of. I don't even know. All I know is they decided they found me innocent before ever trying to like pursue me about it. So I've learned that the fastest way to stay innocent is by not fighting to be seen as innocent. Like, stay innocent, behave innocently, and if anything comes near you, just be honest and stay honest. Remain truthful, and keep it out of court as much as possible. That's about it.
What is it doing? Getting the bag ready, I guess.
I don't know what y'all have been through in your lives or not. So I'm not really, making any efforts to throw you up in the mix of anything you don't want to be mixed up into. I don't know what I'm mixed up into at the moment. I don't even know what I'm mixed into. And I've learned from past experience that sometimes it's just best not to say anything. And this is my best version of not saying anything. But please learn
Talking
that I
nonstop for
have
4
changed,
hours.
I've grown, and me fighting back. Listen. It's like being in the dark and having people swing on you. I'm gonna come in hard, and if my fist catches your throat, I'm not gonna feel bad for it when the lights turn on and you're on the ground choking. Oh, he did it to me. You swung at me in the dark, and I heard the blade through the air. You know what I mean? So, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm hoping
Nah,
my
James
Indies
doesn't pay
will
child
solidify
support.
by tomorrow. Got 4 of them left. These processes, thank you for the heart me. These processes can be reversed. But I am not going to do that until I am safe, let alone feel safe. And I refuse to allow anyone to produce that process for me. I will do it on my own, or it won't be done at all. And that's it. So. Nope. And I would suggest that you stop trying to push me, because you're going to end up dropping dead for how
Getting ready.
you are to me. Your life will be the cost. Like, you will naturally just drop dead without anyone doing anything to you. It's systematic. Y'all clung on to me for dear life, pun intended, and Mother Nature is about to have her way with you if you push me any harder. And you won't be brought back on the stipulation of suicide. So, stop. Oof. Thanks for the ice cream cone. I'm doing my best to stay positive for you there, Brandy. I'm trying. I remember you. For the witness of me maintaining my memory is why I'm willing to be as tolerant as I'm being.
Tolerant, huh?
Thank you for more ice cream.
No, that report came in
Yeah, it's
on
me.
the day
You're
she had the
fine.
couch
You can
on.
identify me. I don't care. I'm not causing any problems. Just don't take any further, because I don't know what'll happen. You know what I'm talking about. I don't have a clue. No, I tell you what, I was frickin' thrown into that. Ripped out of it. Had it done to me twice, because these people are that stupid. And now, thanks for the you're awesome. Now I don't know what to do. You know, they're like threatening me. Oh, we're gonna get you to kill yourself. We're gonna da-da-da-da. I'm like, no, you're not. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a parakeet threatening to scratch you with their claw if you don't give them a treat. You know? And they think that's me. And that, because it's in their mind, that's like the narcissistic mind. You know? Like the best. Yeah. Like, in their heads, they can't fathom that they're not in control. So that's how they think. I know that I'm not in control, and that's how I know that I'm okay. Because I know that I'm not in control of the situation, and I am in control of me and what I can do about it. But I'm not in control of them. I'm not in control of their actions or the futures. And I'm fine with that, and I didn't learn that in therapy. It's just always been common sense to me. Thanks for the claps there, Brandy. I appreciate you.
You're just like a little weasel. Of course you're not going to stick up for anyone else or anything good because you're a weasel.
What it was to what it is.
You're going to scurry away.
For the most part, finding out that all the guys that I used to think were supporting me were mostly either just gay or trying to get something out of me. It's great. And, now all the women that didn't used to support me are like, well, we can put up with them. Pun intended. And that's it. Is thanks for the shard. There's a music artist. His name is Troy Sivan, and he wrote a song. I think it might be called "One of Your Girls." That might be it. But he says in his song, you know, "Be one of your girls." I can be your best lesbian. That's my greatest offer. That's the most that I can throw in your direction. You can imagine who I learned that from. Thank you for the radio. People that I was really never supposed to meet, but, you know, things happen however they're supposed to happen. I am sick to my stomach over the fact that as I become a man, I am mentally separating from pretty much everybody that I've ever known. And it's a very difficult, strenuous, and painful process in every way. Because of how much of an anomaly I am within the society and within the system. So I have all the makings of someone who is, you know, a 5th to 6th generation. Thanks for the heart puff and the, you know, I have all the makings of somebody that is like 5th to 6th generation in the system, but I'm like 1st generation or whatever. And, you know, they're willing to give me that spot as long as I'm able to withhold it and don't take it any further, and then willingly backtrack to 1st generation as time moves forward, right? I'm cool with that. But it's the only way for them to fit me in, is they have to put me ahead and then let me fall behind as they teach me how to get ahead without being dropped in front, if that makes any sense. Thanks for the corn. But it's kind of like being dropped in front of a stampede, you know? So I'm working that out. And I think the part where I was dropped into the stampede is already over. And so now I'm kind of like catching up and getting ahead. And people are very surprised. Thanks for the heart. I love you so much. People are very surprised that I'm like getting ahead of them without breaking the rules as a 1st generation. You know what I mean? Because there's people that are 5th and 6th and 7th generation in the system, like, you know, that are a part of mainstream society who just, you know what I mean? They're trying to figure out how I'm doing it. But the thing is, they're too afraid to like come out their shell and ask or anything like that. You know what I mean? So they're mostly just observing. Thanks for the corn. Cat Rab, welcome to the broadcast. But from here, I really don't know what to do. I will tell you that, like, no matter how good I look, if y'all know, hey, y'all have to. Thank you. I'm asking you to trust that I am looking out for you. For having looked out for me for so long, whether on purpose or on accident. Even just being in the broadcast is helpful, okay? Even if you don't like me. Thank you. So, you know, I'm going to defend you instinctually until, you know, Stockholm kicks out for both of us. And it will on its own. Just, you know, I'd say let it happen. It's healthy. But don't force the separation, because that's often when things go wrong. I didn't force the separation with anyone.
What kind of logic is this?
And so things have been going almost half decent. I am terrified. I am absolutely terrified.
See? I'm terrified. He's scared, he's terrified.
Thank you for the gifts.
Terrified the poop's gonna come out.
I really don't want to poop my pants, man. What do I poop in? What do I wipe with? I mean, I guess I could probably... Oh god, and I have like so much pressure on my heart right now too. It's not even funny.
What?
It's like bad. I can feel it.
On your heart?
Well, come get a soda then. My gosh. I'm not gonna take them all with me. They're worth like 15 cents a piece. I don't mind sharing. Oh. Yeah, see, now I know about it. That's what makes it funny. At least to me, anyway.
But why he's talking to himself again?
Like a carnival trick, you know? But, one second. I have... Get my phone set up here. And then... After my phone set up, I am going to try
It's not
to go
James.
to the
He's
bathroom.
too busy on TikTok right now.
I'll be back.
Is he gonna go poop? I hope someone steals his stuff. He's to wipe his ass. Yeah, he's gonna wipe at the cardboard. Do you think we're gonna hear not nice things? I can see two roads as well. Like there's a road right there, and you can see cars behind the very thin tree line. People are definitely gonna see him. We're gonna want to keep an eyesight of his phone, right? Pablo Escobar. I have my volume turned up too. Pretty little baby. Plop, plop. Yeah, somebody come drive down. Take James's phone. gonna be so smelly there. There he is.
Alright. Hello, hello, hello. How are y'all? Ugh.
Oh, me? Nah, just shit in the bag. Nothing to see here. You gonna throw up now too?
I'll tell you what. I think some people have been living the same way for so long that no matter what you tell them or show them, they just can't learn better. You know? There's people thinking the same of me, but they're not paying attention to the times. You know what I mean? Like times and the affairs at hand in society, as opposed to just people's opinions or viewpoints on a small scale.
I should be paying attention to the times, I guess.
And the decisions I'm making are based on all of it. You know what I mean? As far as my own life. And there's people saying, well, you got to base it on the perception of the public at large. I'm like, well, that don't make no sense. I'm not the public at large, and I'm not a woman. You know what I mean?
What?
So, like, that doesn't apply to me. And it doesn't have to apply to you, but you choose to have it apply to you and then say that people who don't are selfish. Which I get. And I agree with when it's certain people. But people that already have their lives together. You know what I mean? Like, I know that your intention is for me to find a place in society where I could exist without all this turmoil, but that's not it. And I tried it. So thank you for the offer, but it's not a good move and definitely not my cup of tea. You know, it was good. Definitely not enough. You know, the best offer out there is for me to be homeless. Yeah, I'm good.
You are homeless.
Yeah. It's all right.
What's he so tripped out about? Worried about that guy finding your poop bag, James? I hope he gets robbed. He's so angry looking. What the fuck? He's in Louisiana.
It always perplexes me when people try to tell me what to do. I figured they were smarter than to even try. I guess not.
No one told him what to do.
Oh, we've been live for 90 minutes. Alright.
Been way longer than 90 minutes, dude. It's been 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, dude.
I tell you what I thank God, that my haters are ugly. You know? Imagine how much better my haters would be doing if they weren't uglier than ass. You know? Oh. There's ways that I have been thwarted, and there's ways that I've been blessed. And one of the ways I've been blessed is that I don't have any attractive haters. And
James wanted to fuck me, so I don't know what he's talking about.
But it also makes me wonder, you know, am I good looking, or am I, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not asking, you know, I mean, I'm not trying to ploy for attention or opinion. I'm saying that
James has slept with, what, 1.5 women?
Some people find me attractive, some people think I'm butt ugly. So
You're disgusting. Like, full stop.
That makes me their hater. I don't know. I don't think it does, but causation, correlation, you know? Shebang, shebang. Just make up, you know what I mean? Like, go ahead. Trademark it for me, but don't you? Oh, wow. You know? Why don't you send me the bill? Ew, wait till you get the one.
Yeah, he was like, you know, I'll tell you what, that Steve guy in his hair, maybe I'll have my way with him. And I was like,
America.
James, calm down,
I don't care
buddy.
what you put on paper. I'm going to say what I want, when I want, where I want, how I want. And as long as you're restricting my, you know, free speech.
Yeah, he was like a 25-year-old virgin.
Oh. I mean, that's the nice part about it being under the discretion of the person who's trademarked it, is that, like, you know, if they know that somebody's not using it for, like, business purposes and they don't go after them for it, then I'm cool with that person. But if it's somebody that's literally like, you can't say this because it's mine, like, no, I'm not about it. And if somebody tries coming at me with it, I will fight against them with it, or as far as it. So. I'm just watching the setup play out. Oh. Yeah, pretty much. Well, you're going to find out why farmers run the world. Well, those of us, like, there's us. And
You're not a farmer.
So we run the world. And farmers run the domicilic process of the planet. Then we have the people that keep them in line when they step out of line. And then we have the people that measure out who's supposed to belong where and what they're supposed to be doing. And guess who you're messing with? The guy you're supposed to pick up and spend the night with. Yeah. Oh well, here I sit. Oh no, it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, just wait until all that rage is built up and then comes out in a very concentrated, effective fashion that is not a crime. I'm pretty good at that. And my rage level is here. Check my pupils. What size are they? I'm not mad at all. I know that. Totally fine.
I'm having intrusive thoughts. I should probably just go get pizza instead of thinking nefarious things. Hello, Mr. Officer? There's a man shitting on the trail.
Alright, well, I think I'm going to shut down.
Thank God.
And then I will see about going live later on.
No.
Now that the setup is done and all the witnesses are in place and people know that I have nothing to do with whatever the heck happened there. And then I might come back live later.
No.
We'll see.
Don't do it.
But everybody have a good night. And thanks for checking in. Oh, excuse me.
If he goes live on Bigo or Clapper, I'll be very upset. I hopefully he's just gone. Hopefully he's just gone. I'm going to get pizza. And when I get back, we'll do behind the Steve. I got to prep for Feral Friday. Heather's not going live. Heather's account's gone. I had a couple accounts following her. So it's not like she blocked me or anything. Her account's just gone. So she's not going to be happy about that. So we got to keep an eye out for, I guess, James and Heather. Who else goes live? No one else goes live right now. Burke is in jail. Was there a third person? I feel like I was juggling 3 hobos for a bit there. But maybe it was just James and Heather and they were just both... They felt like 3 because they're so fucking insane. But that's the plan. That's the plan. So members, if you remember, I'll be back for member stream for sure. If James goes live again, I might snipe him, I might not. It depends like how far into editing I am or what I'm doing when he goes live again. Like if he goes live right now, then I'll just like start sniping him and I'll leave you guys here while I go get pizza. Or if like I finish basically if he goes live when I'm in between things, then I'll snipe him again, but I'll probably just screen record it and save it for B-sides whenever we do that next. I love you guys. I hope you're having a good Thursday or Friday. Happy Friday if you're in Australia. Patty and Birdie and Kylie and Michelle. I'll see you guys in a bit. Toodles.